and creative togetherness in of personal freedom and autonomy for today's proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will immediately follow up on this, and I think we will ask another psychologist as an expert, because the question who does this and what are their means is one of the crucial questions if we assume that truth and exposing what is going on is the only thing that maybe get those who are still doubtful at the field, at the edge of the pitch, to get them into the game. So as far as we've just heard on the individual persons, we have got Professor Desmet with us, who can talk to us about mass formation and the tools that people who are, if I follow what the President just said, are traumatized, but experts as psychologists, how and in which way people affected us, influenced us to create panic amongst the population. Professor Desmet, we could speak English and it'll be translated into German. Professor Desmet, können Sie uns hören?
Excellent.
Ja, ich kann Sie hören.
Good morning. I don't know if you have been able to understand what our president has just told us as an expert, as a psychologist, about the individual who is responsible for what is happening. I don't know if you've heard this.
I understood a part of it, but not everything of it. So yeah, it might be difficult to really respond or.
I'll just give you one or two sentences. He told us that we are, all of us probably, are a traumatized society, some more and some less, and that some of us who have been heavily traumatized in their childhood sometimes become, well, perpetrators of sometimes even evil acts. Not necessarily, because some of us don't, but that's what the psychological, what his psychological background tells us. Now, the big question is, what methods are the people who have tried to instill fear in us? What tools did they use, and are they still using in order to make us, or to keep us in this mode, in this panic mode?
Okay. Well, I think the most important thing to understand is that the anxiety and the panic existed already before the crisis, and that the only thing the crisis did was reorganizing the panic and the anxiety. I think that's the most important thing to understand, and whether or not, or to what extent, this reorganization of the anxiety and the panic happened in a conscious, intentional way, or in an unconscious and unintentional way, that's not really my level of expertise, but I can describe, if you wish so, how the panic and how the anxiety was reorganized according to the Corona narrative that is now dominant in society.
Yes.
Yes, well, last summer, or during the summer of 2020, I had the feeling for myself that I started to understand what was really going on at the psychological level in our society. And I started to understand, I think, that what was happening was a large-scale phenomenon of mass formation. And mass formation is a psychological phenomenon that happens in a society when certain specific conditions are met. And these conditions are the following. And the first and most important condition is that there has to be a large number, a large percentage of people in a society who feel socially isolated, who feel without real and good social bonds and social connections to other people. That's the first and most central condition that has to be met for mass formation to emerge. But the second one is that there has to be a lack of meaning making, a lack of sense making in life. People have to feel that their lives are meaningless or senseless. The third condition is that there has to be a lot of what we call as psychologists free-floating anxiety. So anxiety that is not connected to representation and that as such cannot be controlled mentally, that cannot be mentally controlled because it is free-floating in mental experience. And the fourth condition is that there has to be a lot of frustration and latent aggression in the population. And of these four conditions, the first one is the most central one. The most central one is the lack of social bond. When there is a lack of social bond, people experience their lives as meaningless. They experience a lot of free-floating anxiety, and they experience a lot of frustration and aggression. And so, what happens? Under these conditions, a society is, and these conditions were really met just before the Corona crisis. It was clear that in a small country with 11 million inhabitants, such as Belgium, the population used 300 million doses of antidepressants, only antidepressants. And besides, there were, of course, used a lot of psychopharmaceuticals against anxiety, against psychosis, against all kinds of other problems. But only to treat depression, people used 300 million doses of antidepressants. So, and there was an epidemic of burnouts at the same time, and also an epidemic of what is sometimes called bullshit jobs, and jobs in which are experienced as completely meaningless by the people who do them. So all these four conditions were really fulfilled just before the Corona crisis, and to a large extent. And under such conditions, a society is very sensitive, is highly sensitive to narratives, in particular if these narratives are presented through the mainstream media. Society is very sensitive to narratives that indicate an object of anxiety and at the same time provide a strategy to deal with this object of anxiety. You have to know that free-floating anxiety that cannot be connected to a representation or an object, that free-floating anxiety is the most painful psychological experience a human being can have. It's extremely painful. Free-floating anxiety constantly tends to turn into panic, a panic attack. And if you have ever seen a clinical panic attack, then you know what this means to a human being. So it constantly tends to turn into a clinical panic attack. And that's what people absolutely try to avoid. So when people are experiencing, when a population is experiencing a lot of free-floating anxiety, it is constantly looking and trying to connect this anxiety to an object. And if such a narrative is presented in the mainstream media, which indicates an object of anxiety, there is a good chance that all this free-floating anxiety will massively connect to this object, and that there will be an enormous basis of support that people will be willing to participate in the strategy that is offered in the same narrative to deal with this object of anxiety. So, and that's exactly what the Corona narrative did. In a society saturated with free-floating anxiety, it provided an object of anxiety and a concrete strategy to deal with this object. And the consequence was that there was an enormous willingness among the population to participate in this strategy, the lockdowns, social distancing, and other measures that were taken to deal with the object of anxiety. And this creates, in its turn, a new social bond. So people all together participate in the same struggle with the object of anxiety. And as such, they create a new social bond, which is very strong. They have the feeling that they participate in the same heroic struggle with this object of anxiety. It creates a new social bond and a new sense of meaning-making. Two things that are absolutely fundamental from a psychological perspective for the human being. A human being without social bond and without a sense of meaning making does not feel a human being at all. It has the feeling that it disappears, that it fades as a human subject. So what happens is that through the process of mass formation, the population switches from a highly painful psychological state of social isolation to the opposite, to the situation in which the population experiences a highly strong social bond, a high level of solidarity, you could say, be it of a special kind. And that process leads up to a kind of strong mental intoxication, which narrows down the field of attention and focuses it until it contains only that aspect of reality on which the narrative, the Corona narrative, for instance, focuses the attention. And now, once you understand that, you understand why the Corona narrative can be utterly absurd and blatantly wrong, but people will still continue to follow it and to go along with it, just because the narrative is accepted, not because it is right, or not because it offers scientific proof for one or another objective danger. The narrative, on a psychological level, is accepted because it creates the new social bond and the mental intoxication. No matter how absurd it will be, people will continue to go along with it because they just feel connected to each other. And that's why, in the end, the ultimate justification for following the measures is not the scientific proof, is the fact that you have to do it out of solidarity, out of civic sense. That's what, in the end, everybody refers to. If you don't take the vaccine, you lack solidarity. If you don't use social distancing or carry your mouth mask, you show no civic sense, and so on. That's the reason why the measures will continue to be followed, even if they go more absurd than they are now. So I think from that, this mass formation actually is a kind of hypnosis. It narrows down the attention of people, and then in a state of hypnosis, you can take away everything of a population. You can take away their well-being, their financial well-being, even their physical integrity, their physical health, as long as the population maintains in the grasp of a narrative, of a mass-forming narrative, it will psychologically not notice that there is collateral damage, for instance, because that was something very striking, that from the beginning it was clear that the collateral damage would probably be much more severe than the damage that could be caused by the coronavirus, even in the worst case scenario. At least that was what, in the beginning, in the first weeks of the corona crisis, the UN, for instance, besides other institutions, warned us for, that the damage inflicted by corona measures would be more severe than the damage that could be a consequence of the coronavirus, even in the worst case scenario. So, but that's exactly what happens when someone is in a process of an individuals or in a process of mass formation. They stop noticing the damage caused by the mass formation itself. Well, that's a short answer, I guess, or an answer, or an attempt to answer your question.
Mm-hmm. When we first spoke to you about this, one of the questions was, what kind of people do this? Because we're not talking about an accident. We're talking about a systematic agenda being rolled out. Would you agree with what our president, Professor Ruppert, just told us, that these people, those who are behind it, including, of course, psychologists, because these are psychological measures that are being applied, that they are traumatized people? Or would you categorize them in another way. Quite obviously, at least in my mind, they cannot be normal.
It's a hard question to answer. You know, for instance, the concept of trauma is highly complicated in psychology. In a certain sense, everybody is traumatized, and we all have to deal with every human being has to deal with anxiety and with uncertainty and so on, and we can do it in numerous ways. Are these people abnormal? No, I wouldn't say that. Definitely not. What characterizes them, I think, is that they remain loyal to a certain ideology, even when it is causing a lot of damage. And that's something very specific, I think. I also do not agree with interpretations in terms of the people being in charge here in this narrative being sociopaths or psychopaths. I don't think they are. I think in the end, they are characterized by extreme ideological blindness. And if you look at the scholars and the books that have been written on mass formation and the phenomenon that is directly associated with it, namely totalitarian thinking and totalitarian systems, then you see that actually the people that are in charge of the masses and the people that are the leaders in totalitarian systems, that they usually are not psychopaths or psychopaths, usually. There might be a psychopath among them, but generally they are not. And Hannah Arendt, for instance, the famous philosopher who wrote the book on the origins of totalitarianism, described it in a very, very detailed way. And she concludes that actually psychopaths and sociopaths and these kind of people usually distinguish themselves from others by not wanting to follow the social norms and the social conventions, while the people who are leaders in totalitarian systems and mass formation usually stick to the social conventions, even if these social conventions and the social rules in themselves are radically unethical. And the reason why they continue to follow the rules and to impose rules is that they are what Hannah Arendt calls ideologically blind. And they are so convinced of a certain ideology, and in this crisis, I think this ideology is a mechanistic, materialistic, or a biological reductionist ideology, an ideology that reduces the human being to a mechanical, biological entity. I think they are so convinced of this ideology, and they are so convinced of the necessity to reorganize a society according to this ideology that they transgress all, in the end, all ethical principles. For instance, if there are new contaminations, everybody has to go in lockdown, old people have to die without seeing their family, and so on and so on. It's a system, says Hannah Arendt, which starts from one starting point, and it seems as if all the rest, no matter how unethical it is, all the next steps are unavoidable. We have to do it. If we want to contain the virus, we have to do X, Y, and so on, without seeing how much damage the strategy itself costs. And that's what is typical for totalitarianism, this being hypnotized by a certain ideology. And on the part of the population, this leads to a situation in which the population accepts everything of its leaders. They can manipulate, lie, as much as they want. The population always seems to experience it as if it is necessity for the collective well-being. And that on the side of the leaders themselves seems to justify all their transgressions of ethical boundaries by believing that in the end it will be once the ideological paradise is created and realized, it will be a paradise for everyone, and so it is justified now to transgress all kinds of ethical principles. I think what characterizes the people who are in charge now or who represent the mainstream narrative is ideological blindness, much more than being a psychopath or a sociopath. All the analysis of the people who were involved in the major totalitarian systems of the first half of the 20th century point in that way. And it was what was happening was a population, and in particular leaders, seized by ideological blindness much more than leaders or a population who was unable to stick to social conventions or social rules, or who were classical criminals.
Vielleicht darf ich hier noch eine Brücke schlagen. Und zwar ist es ein typisches Zeichen von Traumatisierung der eigenen Psyche, dass sich die Menschen mit ihrer eigenen Psyche nicht befassen wollen. Das heißt, der Blick auf die eigene Psyche, auch auf die eigenen psychischen Lebenserfahrungen, wird vermieden.
In their lives, and that will lead for the escape. That leads to an escape into ideology. Ideology is a means to escape away from one's own experience, one's own feelings. That's the threat, and this is why we intellectualize it and take an ideology, and that blinds off the disaster that is inside and makes us think it is an external threat, terrorist, a virus, whatever. And that, of course, gives us great opportunity to fight the enemy in the outside. And that leads to the fanatism of traumatized people who split off their own disaster, their internal disaster, and make them think that they can fight a disaster on the outside instead of looking at the internal terror that they are subject to, which they don't want to face because it is too painful and too big. They try to find something at the outside and be the savior there to end a disaster. And for me, that is the bridge between the trauma concept and the totalitarianism concept.
Damit kann ich Ihnen gratulieren für diese wirklich...
And to a question for me. The observation is that we need a new narrative that can capture those free-floating anxieties, these lacks of meaning. And the question is, if what you say is true, and I think it is, then those who do not agree with the mainstream narrative are exactly those that already have some other sort of resources in terms of meaning, in terms of social cohesiveness, which would mean the true social resources are actually in those that would not agree with the mainstream narrative, which is a little bit black and white on my part as well. But I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes. I agree. I agree definitely that we have to find an alternative narrative to capture and to deal with the object, with the free-floating anxiety, and that's definitely clear. So I think what we have to try to offer, or we have to present an analysis in the public space showing that the true problem is not a virus or the biological threat of a virus, but the true problem that led to the corona crisis was the pre-existing psychological discontent, the lack of social bond and the lack of meaning making and all the anxiety that existed before the corona crisis. So the real question we have to ask ourselves is, what brought us in a situation in which people were not connected to each other, lacked an experience of meaning in life, and experienced a lot of free-floating attention? And that's the question we really have to ask. How was it possible that the major part of the population was so unhappy that they had to be treated with antidepressants day in, day out, that they experience their jobs as utterly meaningless, that they experience burnouts, and so on. That's the real question we have to ask. And then that's the question we have to put in public space. And then we will see. We can answer it a little bit. I think if you look at the major books that have been written on mass formation and totalitarianism, for instance, I think the most important work at all is on the one hand on mass formation, the psychology of the crowds of Gustave Le Bon, and then at the level of totalitarianism, Hannah Arendt's book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, and both claim that actually, if you put it in a little bit a broader historical perspective, then you see that the phenomenon of mass formation actually has always existed throughout history, during the Crusades, during the French Revolution, and so on. But that the power and the intensity of the phenomenon started to rise throughout the 19th century. And to this extent that Gustave Le Bon said at the end of the 19th century that the crowd, the masses, that we were one step away of a society which was led by the crowd. And so previously mass formation existed, but the masses did not be very powerful, and the leaders of society imposed their will to the masses very soon. But during the 19th century, the masses gained in power, and Gustave Le Bon warned us that we were one step away of a situation in which the masses controlled society and took possession of the political apparatus. And this was actually what happened in the big totalitarian systems of the 20th century, and which was described by Hannah Arendt. She said, totalitarianism is a political system in which the masses control the society. And that is the big difference with classical dictatorships. In classical dictatorships, there is no mass formation. There is just a small group of people who have so much power in society that they can impose their will and their social contract to the society. But then in a totalitarian system, the beginning of a totalitarian system is a period in which mass formation gains power, and in which the mass narrative is extremely powerful in a society. And then at a certain time, there is a totalitarian regime which uses this narrative to control the population. So, but if we look at take a look at things from a broader historical perspective, then we can wonder why throughout the 19th century the masses gained in power, the masses became more powerful. And Hannah Arendt says that the reason why the masses became more powerful was that throughout the 19th century there was like an obsession with science that became more and more widespread in the population. So science stopped being merely a method to arrive at new knowledge. No, it became an ideology in itself. And it was this mechanistic, materialist, scientific ideology, the obsession with the materialistic, scientific worldview, according to Hannah Arendt, that was responsible for the fact that the masses became more and more powerful throughout the 19th century. And what you see then is that the major totalitarian systems of the 20th century actually all used a pseudo-scientific narrative to capture the population. And like it could be a race theory or the historic materialistic theory of the Soviet Union, and also now I think what the narrative that is responsible for the mass formation is also a pseudo-scientific narrative. It's the same now, and so you see that the cause of the rise of the phenomenon of totalitarianism is an obsession with science, and the solution, strangely enough, the pseudo solution, is also scientific in nature, or pseudo-scientific in nature. But so what if we want to solve the problem, not in a symptomatic way as happens now, because in one we have these four conditions: the lack of social connection, the lack of social bond, the lack of meaning in life, free-floating anxiety and free flow and frustration and aggression. In a certain way, the mass formation is a solution to these problems because people feel connected again. Their anxiety is connected to a representation, but it is a symptomatic solution that in the end will imply or that will lead to the destruction of society and of civilization even. That's what Hannah Arendt shows very beautiful, for instance. She says like the masses and totalitarian thinking is only able to destroy. It's never able to do something constructive. Hannah Arendt couldn't explain it. Gustave Le Bon couldn't explain it. But they all observed that the masses and totalitarianism are only able to destroy. And that's why what we see now, and the narrative that leads to the mass formation in itself solves the problem for a certain time, but it's a very destructive solution, which will lead to the massive destruction of humanity. And what we have to offer and to offer, what we have to initiate in society is a collective brainstorm about the true origins of the problems that lead to mass formation. Namely, why are we so socially disconnected? Why do we experience this lack of sense-making? And that will imply a fundamental questioning of our mechanistic view on man and the world. And I think that there, at that point, the crisis shows itself to be much more crisis at the level of the mind, even a spiritual crisis, than a biological crisis. And that is the real challenge we are facing now. The real challenge we are facing now is how can we arrive at another view on man and the world, on our life as a human being, a view on our life and a human being that does not lead to disconnectedness and lack of meaning making and all this free-floating anxiety. That's the true challenge we are facing now. And that's, I think, where we can experience this crisis as really meaningful. It forces us to ask ourselves what the true meaning of our life is and what a really human view on the world is. And I think the answer to the question is already provided by the great scientists of the 20th century, for instance. All of them warned us that we cannot understand the world in a purely rational way, that we have to connect with the world, that the mind and our consciousness is not purely a consequence of the biochemical interactions in our brain. Not at all. The biochemical interactions in our brain are a consequence of our mind and are a consequence of our ethical and moral positioning as a human being. That's what science showed us. And the only thing we have to do is we have to show that this scientific ideology, which tries to convince us that as a human being we are purely biological machines, in the end is not scientific at all.
Well, we all agree in the meantime that there is a level to everything that we're experiencing right now. In my view, the fact that we have to see the whole picture, that we have to expose what's going on, should also include, in my view, the fact that what we are experiencing is not happening by accident. What you described in your initial remarks about how mass or the foundation on which this mass formation works, that there's a large number of people who feel socially isolated, that there's lots of free-floating anxiety. Doesn't this also beg the question, who's responsible for this? Because I don't believe, not for a second, that this happened by accident. I believe that there are people who are responsible for this. And that's why my initial question is, what kind of people, who does this, who initiates such processes and then makes use of them? Because these processes have been going on, at least from my experience, for decades, at least for decades. So they laid the foundation for what's going on now. The people who did that are the very same people who are pushing the agenda which we're trying to fight. Don't we have to, in order to see the whole picture, do we not have to see who is responsible for this? Because if we don't, if we keep believing that this is an accident, I don't think we can get to the truth.
I think to a certain extent we can keep specific people responsible. That will probably be true. It's not my field of expertise, but that will probably be true. There will be people who cultivated this anxiety and this social isolation in an intentional way. And so, at least if you look at the historical facts, the well-known historical facts on totalitarian regimes, then we see that in some of the totalitarian regimes, the social isolation emerged spontaneously without someone provoking it intentionally, and in other totalitarian states, it was created artificially, intentionally by some people. So it could be that it is now, maybe it is a mixture between the two, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I think in the end, I think for me it is really important also to see that we all have a certain responsibility in this. And if you look at the historical process through which the social isolation got stronger and stronger throughout the last centuries, because I agree it's not a phenomenon that starts 18 months ago, the Corona crisis, it's a phenomenon that starts decades and even centuries ago. But if you look at the process that led to this isolation, I think what we see is that to a certain extent, this isolation grew automatically as a consequence of the progressive industrialization, for instance, of the world. And as soon as people started working in the industry, it's hard to describe it in a few minutes in detail, but you could notice that the social structures and the social bonds deteriorated, and in particular, for instance, also the connection with nature deteriorated, and this more and more created automatically a kind of subject that was extremely isolated from its environment, both from its social environment and from its natural environment. So I think, for me, essentially, what we experience now, the situation we are in now, is a consequence of the mechanistic ideology. And I think that everyone, or almost everyone, not everyone, but most people in one way or another participated in it. And so we are all responsible to a certain extent. That's my opinion. That doesn't take away that there might be specific individuals who cultivated it and who bought into this ideology and who got rich by it and who became powerful and influential by it, and who abuse it. But again, I don't feel really able to pass judgments about it, because I don't feel that that is my expertise as a psychologist.
Professor Desmet,
erlauben Sie mir noch eine Ergänzung zu machen zu der Frage.
May I add to the question of the alternative narrative, because that was included in my speech, but maybe I didn't dwell on it enough. The current narrative is that the human being is the human being's wolf. People only want to maximize their profit. And this image of people is wrong. It cannot be scientifically verified. People arrive out of cooperative efforts. People are full of love and do want to be loved. People are not intrinsically interested in killing other people for any sort of benefit of their own. So we all start with peace and in a cooperative way and with love. And the question arises, how come we move away from this? And I tried to give an answer in my speech, but we can and must refer to the fact that it can be scientifically shown that we as humans, as social beings, are peaceful beings, and we can refer back to this, and we can be taken back there if we lost our way. This is possible. It is possible for every individual, as I know from my many years of experience as a trauma therapist. Every person can solve their psychological problems. Nobody.
Society.
Und auch eine ganze Gesellschaft kann das.
You can, of course, try to run away and become an addict of some drugs. You can become a work addict or whatever, but you don't have to. Our essence is to be peaceful and cooperative, and we can get back there. But if we allow our childhood traumas to take us away from this path, and oftentimes we're not aware of these childhood traumas, we still can find healing. And if we analyze why these deviations happen, we can create a society that prevents traumas and that can pinpoint exactly what events, constellations of relationships, violence constellations, traumatize people oftentimes in early life, so that they have a potential of moving away from being a trauma victim to becoming a trauma perpetrator.
Desmet, vielleicht können Sie noch Ihre Erfahrung oder Ihre Einschätzung
have really bought into the Corona narrative. Is there like a, when judging from like maybe previous totalitarian systems or like narratives, is there like a certain percentage? And how could these, if there's people that are in between or have not bought into the narrative completely, how do you think we can reach them as the new government, maybe also through information that we can maybe give out to people?
Oh, yes, there is. There usually, or almost always, are three groups. There always are three groups. When a phenomenon of mass formation starts, then you have one group who is really believing in the narrative that leads to the mass formation. That's a group of about 35% usually. Then there is a group of about the equal size that does not believe in the narrative, but that does go along with it just because it doesn't want to go against the current, because it doesn't want to go against this large group of 35% of people who fanatically believe in the narrative. So these people don't believe in it, or not entirely, but they go along with the narrative. And then there is another group, usually also about 30%, or that depends a little bit, they can be a little bit less, a little bit more, who does not believe in the narrative, and who also speaks out, who says like there is something wrong with this narrative, and so on. Now, as a phenomenon of mass formation continues, the percentages can switch, of course. And for instance, if there is a lot of oppression, even if it is very dangerous to speak out, we can end up in a situation where 0% of the population dares to raise another voice in the public space and speaks out. And that is the point where the totalitarian system goes completely absurd and starts to devour its own children, Hannah Arendt said. When the opposition is completely silenced, then a totalitarian system is going completely absurd and is showing its most destructive potential, and it starts to devour its own children, meaning that from that moment on, everybody becomes a victim of the system. The people who went along with it equally well as the people who went against it. For instance, Stalin liquidated 50% of the people of his own communist party, even if they didn't do anything against the party or against the ideology. So that shows us what we can expect, and that shows us that should be a convincing argument for the group of people who go along with the narrative now to tolerate a dissonant voice, to tolerate that there is an opposition. Because if this opposition stops, and if the voice of the opposition does not sound anymore in the public space, then a totalitarian system will come after them, after the people who. That's typical. You can explain it also in a psychological way. It's really one of the most special characteristics of a totalitarian system, that it is intrinsically self-destructive, and that in the end it is as cruel for the people who support it as for the people who go against it. So what can we do? Well, from a psychological point of view, there are several things that you can do. First thing is continue to speak out, because if you stop to speak out, you won't escape the totalitarian system. So I think we have to continue to speak out with as large group of people as possible. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you want to have an impact on the masses, then you have to. You might consider to show them, as I just did now, actually, with historical examples, for instance, what the risks and the suffering is that is caused by a totalitarian system. And because in that way, you create a new object of anxiety. That means you do not create it, you connect the anxiety from the initial object of anxiety, which is the virus in this situation, to the new object of anxiety, which is a real object of anxiety, meaning the risks, the danger of a totalitarian state. And then very quickly, after you presented this new object of anxiety, very quickly, you have to offer a strategy to deal with it. In that way, you also make sure that people who connect their anxiety to the new object of anxiety have a way to mentally deal with it and to have a mental control, have a perspective, and also a new way to give meaning to their lives and to connect to the others. So that's what you have to do. You have to disconnect the anxiety from the false object, the symptomatic object of anxiety, and to connect it to the real object of anxiety. The danger is not the biological virus. The danger is the social dynamics, at least in my interpretation. I could be wrong, of course, and but that's what I believe now, and I think it's my ethical and moral duty to say what I believe now, and without believing that I'm absolutely right or that I cannot make mistakes. But that's what I believe. The real object of danger and of anxiety should be the societal processes. So that's what we have to offer. Look, there is another object of anxiety, and there is a strategy to deal with it. We should all together connect with each other and start to think about why we ended up in this terrible psychological state we were in before the crisis. So that's what, in a certain way, you could say that we should do the same, but I do not agree with it. It's not the same, but it seems the same as what they did. We have to warn the population that there is an anxiety, that there is something dangerous. And then we have to offer a kind of strategy or something, an initial way to deal with this danger. I think we should avoid telling the population that we have the solution, because we don't. The solution is in everybody, and we have to work together to create a new awareness and a new consciousness as a human being of what we are doing here in this life, what a human being is, what it means to have a human relationship with someone else. So I think that's one strategy to an alternative strategy that could be used to in this situation. A much more fruitful strategy, I think, than a strategy which pretends that all the danger in the world is suddenly situated in a virus and in our biological reaction to this virus.
Yeah, this is what we actually also, this is part also why we are here now, because it's become clear that the coronavirus is not the problem, but actually that there's much more issues connected with the vaccination, the maybe vaccination damages crisis that we might be facing, also like, supply problems, the deterioration of the social bonds that we can see now in the aftermath of the corona crisis. And actually also if the old government had not resigned, I think there would have been like a very strong drive into going moving forward into like some sort of intense totalitarian system, like with China, maybe China-like surveillance constellation, and like maybe like a health like a totalitarian technocratic health constellation.
Points, etc.
Yeah, so I think that's really important that we show people that there are these issues ahead of us, unless we really start to take care of them. And then I think after we've dealt with these immediate threats, or like on the way while we're dealing with these immediate threats, I think it's utterly important of what you just said, that we must be, that we need to start thinking about what it is to be a human being, and what's the beauty of it, and how we can have much more of that beauty in our daily life.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
I do from a lawyer's perspective, and that's what I am. I'm a lawyer. From a lawyer's perspective, I'm beginning to understand that maybe we should have a much broader approach, because from my perspective as a lawyer, a democracy cannot function without responsibility. That's why I was asking, what about the people who are responsible for this? And we would be extremely naive if we continue to believe that this is something that happened by accident automatically or whatever. Some people are behind this. Some people are making use of this. The big question is, can we rely on the legal principles in order to deal with them, or shall we really take the risk, which in my view is a risk, to see and find out what traumatized them? I think there is, in my view at least, I'm not a psychiatrist. I mean, I know some people in the previous government think they're epidemiologists because they had one semester of epidemiology. I had a semester of psychiatry, but I don't believe I'm a psychiatrist. But if I look at the whole picture, even taking into account that the people who, if we can figure out who they are, and I think we can, who are responsible are traumatized people. Isn't it true that there are some people who have crossed so many red lines that they are not capable of living within this society again, or in other words, that they can never be trusted again?
Well, I think that we have to distinguish between a psychological perspective and a juridical, how do you call it in English? The perspective of a lawyer, and we have to distinguish between the two. And in my opinion, being traumatized is not an excuse to commit crimes. So I think Sigmund Freud expressed this in a very beautiful way. He said, you are responsible for your unconscious, he said. It's not because you have been traumatized that that you have an excuse to transgress ethical principles or laws or something. Of course, it's good that we take the psychological story, we take the life story of someone who committed the crime in consideration. It can learn us something. It can contribute to continuing to see him as a human being, because I think that is extremely important in this crisis. Let's continue, or let's do our best to see the other people, the people who we experience as our opponents in this situation, as human beings, because I think they are. But indeed, that does not mean that they are not responsible for the possible transgressions of laws and ethical principles they committed. I agree completely with that. We need principles, and we need punishment if someone transgresses the principles. And I hope that we continue to see the people who committed a crime or have to be punished in a human way, because they are. I'm convinced of that. But again, yeah. And I agree that there are international institutions who have a plan and who start from an ideology and who want to impose this ideology by all means to the society. Of course, this doesn't happen in an accidental way or in an automatic way. Not everything. A lot of it happens to a certain way, in an unconscious way, I think, but not everything. And I think that only a profound analysis of the entirety of the situation, not only from a psychological viewpoint, but also from other perspectives, is necessary to determine who transgressed ethical principles and laws, of course, yes.
Vielleicht darf ich hier eine Ergänzung machen, weil wir gerade in Deutschland auch.
May I make a comment here, because we have a good example in Germany for this, and that example is Adolf Hitler. Most people do not realize what kind of traumatizations Mr. Hitler suffered. 14 months before he was born, his mother lost 3 children to diphtheria, all within 1 and a year and a half old. They died within 2 weeks. So when she fell pregnant with him, he was born to a highly traumatized mother who was extremely afraid of his dying. And this explains the love of death of Adolf Hitler, his fanatic thinking about death and his fascination with mass death. That's really interesting to analyze, and there's a colleague in Germany, Mr. Fuchs, who wrote a book, Childhood is Political, with the subtitle Wars, Terrorism as Consequences of Destructive Childhood Experiences. And he analyzed the childhood experiences of many leaders over the centuries, of kings and others, determining how traumatizing the childhood of these people were, well-known figures in society and history. For instance, the Chinese Minister President Xi Jinping was a child of a family who had a share in power, who was very influential, and when the revolution came around, he was put into a labor camp. Bill Clinton is another example. He had an alcoholic as a father. Donald Trump, since he was 1 year old, he had a very ill mother and a father who was extremely violent. So you can show with many examples how these people, who then moved on to become very powerful, had extreme experiences of exclusion, violence, of lack of love, fleeing into certain mental ideologies, into actionism, so they become very tunnel vision people who only think of their own objectives. This has been clearly shown. There are many analyses available. So all of us and all of those who have responsibility, political responsibility, we need to require them to lay bare their childhood, their biography, not to be judged, but to understand why you are the person you are, and for us to help you getting out of your to find your way back if you've lost it. That's only an offering, really. And all these psychiatric categories, psychopath, etc., won't help us, nor will other categories of regression help us. We have to lay bare our biographies to show that we're vulnerable, and that creates humanity, true solidarity, something where we can see the roots of our free-floating fears or anxieties, so that we can create a joint foundation of safety and security, which will allow us to build a constructive future.
Das macht für mich absolut Sinn. Die frühe Biografie,
in order to understand why maybe they're doing what they're doing. And that is, of course, one of the most important things within this mass psychology aspect that we've been discussing. But if we look at only the mass formation that we've been talking about, taking that into account, which doesn't absolve them of any culpability, of course, as you said, and that's that is something that I can deal with as a lawyer. If we look at the mass formation aspects that you've spelled out, Professor Desmet, then I would like to summarize the 3 points that I jotted down, and if I'm not correct, I would like to ask you to correct me on this. The first thing is in order to deal with what we're dealing with, we have to continue to speak out, because once we shut up, that's the end of it, and that means that a victory for totalitarianism. The second thing is that we have to show the risks in this particular context, the risks of totalitarianism, which means in the end, the revolution eats its own children, so to speak. That has to be made perfectly clear to those who believe that they're doing the right thing. This is what awaits them. And then the third aspect is we have to come up with a new strategy. Maybe not with a complete new strategy, but we have to start a probably public discussion and connect with pretty much everyone in order to kind of feel, is this correct, to feel ourselves into a new society?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay,
yes.
Good. Excellent.
Just I wanted to ask or add a quick thing. I don't think that we can naturally assume that everyone who has a nasty childhood will then turn into a violent dictator or something like that, because a lot of people have problematic childhoods, also have sick mothers and fathers, or whatever, with cancer, or lose them early, or have other traumatizing events in their lives, and not everyone turns into a monster, but maybe has other issue or subliminates the problem in a different way. Maybe becomes a compulsive collector of, pens or stamps, or some become artists, or so it can be, there can be also a fruitful way to deal with trauma. It doesn't have to turn naturally into a destructive kind of thing. But I think it's really very important to separate the line of maybe understanding where someone comes from, and then to clearly saying that this person still cannot continue doing this, or has to take the consequences for his or her deeds. And I think that's really important also in this crisis. It's not an excuse, and especially I remember something that you said at some point, or when I became aware of your work, that you say that in the hypnosis kind of state you cannot do anything that's cannot force to do something that's not in your natural kind of realm of ethical principle. So if I'm in a hypnosis, I cannot turn into a murderer unless I have that potential in me from the beginning. Is that correct?
You will usually stick to the same ethical principles as you stick to when you're awake under hypnosis. Yes, that's true. Yes. So a hypnotist usually cannot make you transgress ethical principles that you would not transgress when you are awake. Ja. That's something that has been observed. Ja.
Darf ich noch mal ergänzen? Ja? Es geht, glaube ich, wenn wir hier Erklärungen...
If we find explanations here, it's not about excuse, it's not about putting the blame on people. The explanation why some people develop to the people who push others aside, want to dominate them, and so on, is based in the designation of power in society. And as we have societies at the moment that are very competitive, we can see that with Mr. Trump, for example. Mr. Trump grew up in extremely American society, extremely competitive, where you have to be competitive with all power that you have to be able to reach at something. And as long as we have a system, including the financial system, based on competition, extremely on competition, a political system that has a hierarchical position, with the top position being able to decide everything. As we see now, then these traumatized people are pulled and attracted by that kind of system. And this is what the basis, the grassroots party tries to do, is we need grassroots democracy. We need limitations of power so that these hierarchies at the top of which one person makes the decisions with all its history affects the whole society. So here the individual part, the individual family history needs to be seen in context with the society, and this social context is extremely pointed towards competition, and the states amongst each other are also in extreme competition. So on the government side, 192 states on the world. It's not that they are in peaceful cooperation, but they are in a very strong competition to each other. And that also needs to be seen, and that needs to be addressed if we want to create a better world in the future. And that will allow us to create something that people don't get into this strong offendership.
May I ask a question to Professor Desmet? If I understood you right, you said that we have to realize, or we have to try to disconnect our anxieties from the wrong object to the correct object, at least in the population's perspective. Now, where my question comes in is, to what extent, in dealing with the majority of an uncertain and maybe misguided population, to what extent do you have to argue your narrative? Right now, we are discussing the narrative of the corona pandemic, but this, I believe, is embedded in another narrative, which I think is even stronger, the climate narrative. And I see something that you just described, namely that values remain unchanged even under hypnosis. And what seems apparent here, the fundamental narrative of this unlimited climate protection is something that has been generally accepted, that can be under hypnosis or awake. It can be against the background of your own interests or others. It's always right. But behind this narrative, or the value that is being sold at the front, similarly to the anxiety, you have the right value in front and the wrong content behind it. So the wrong narrative, the right narrative, the right objective, attached to the wrong approaches. And do you have an idea of how we can break this up and how we can offer an alternative?
Vielleicht kann mir das jemand ins Englische übersetzen. Offensichtlich hört Herr Desmond den englischen Kanal nicht.
The RKI, and his question is
das war der Präsident
the narrative, the Corona narrative, which we are currently trying to deal with. There is another narrative, which is the climate crisis narrative, and he believes that this is part of the broader agenda of the climate crisis, and it's embedded. This Corona narrative is embedded in this climate narrative. So his question is, if I understand it correctly, because it wasn't so easy to understand even in German. His question is, how do we how do we, if we want to supplant the false narrative of you have to concentrate on Corona or the climate crisis because that's what consumes everything, how do we supplant this with the real story?
Yes. Yeah.
In my view, it's most important to expose the nonsense, because that's what it boils down to. It's not just a false story. It's, as you initially said, it's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It's the only thing that people believe. The only reason people believe it is because it gives them something to cling to for their otherwise free-floating anxiety. But it is utter nonsense, as we have learned from the experts whom we listen to. So how do we get out of this? By exposing this as nonsense?
No. I think that's exactly what does not work. Because that's my experience throughout 18 months of crisis, that no matter how much logical and rational argumentation you offer against the mainstream narrative, it doesn't have a real effect. That's the problem. And that's the problem that I think you will recognize as a lawyer as well. You know the situation, I don't know how you call it exactly in English, but yeah, the situation in court where a selection of people from the population judges whether someone has committed a crime or not. How do you call it in English?
That's the jury.
A jury, yes, indeed, a jury. Well,
unfortunately, we don't have that in German law. That's why German law doesn't work as well as Anglo-American law.
Yes, but, well...
no emotions in a court of law, in a German court of law. No emotions whatsoever.
There is only one alternative that is even worse than a jury, 𝗚𝗃𝗄𝗏 said, and that's a professional judge.
And I agree with that.
Yes, but he warned against the belief and the accuracy of the judgments of juries as well, because he showed in 1900 already that a jury always functions, even if it is only a small group, always functions as a crowd, as a mass.
Yes.
And he said that endless series of lawsuits had proven that rational argumentation makes no impression at all on a jury, no matter how accurate, how convincing it would be in a normal situation. There it will have no effect at all. He said the only thing that has an impact on the jury is visual images and ungrounded repetitions of always the same claims and assertions. That's the only thing that has an impact on the jury, he said. And they studied this process. Some psychologists studied this process in the 19th century very extensively, and they concluded that it doesn't make a difference whether the jury is composed of professors or ministers, or no matter how well and highly educated people, or of people who had had no education at all. It didn't matter whether the jury existed of highly intelligent or highly stupid people. Time and time again, one could see that the jury functions as a mass, as a crowd, and that rational argumentation makes no impression at all. So that means that it is in the first place, we do not have to present a rational argumentation. We have to present a new object of anxiety, present a new danger, and then, as fast as possible, instead of going in the direction of endlessly repeating the message, and we have to use a different strategy. In a second step, we have to start to offer rational argumentations as soon as possible. But the first step is always to disconnect the anxiety from the original object of anxiety. But without this step, it has no impact at all, the rational argumentation. So first, disconnect the object of anxiety from the virus. That's the first thing that has to happen. And you can do that in exactly the same way as you disconnect two pieces of metal that have melted with each other. What do you have to do if you want to disconnect two pieces of metal that merged with each other? You have to heat them up again until you reach the temperature where they connected to each other, where they melted together, and then you have to offer a new way, a new object to which you can connect the pieces of metal. So, and how do you heat them up? What does that mean, psychologically speaking? You have to turn up the anxiety a little bit until it reaches the intensity that it had when the people were exposed to the narrative of the virus. And you have to offer immediately a different strategy and a different virus, which is more rational. And so, is it unethical to do that? I don't think so. At least not if your analysis is more or less correct, and if the new object of anxiety that you offer is more or less the real object, which is, in this situation, again, the danger of societal dynamics, which are destructive for everyone. So, so the rational argumentation, we have to offer it, but only in a second step. If you try it in a first step, you will even make it worse, because people will get irritated and angry with you because you try to take their object of anxiety away without offering them a new object. And indeed, trying to take the representation, the object of anxiety away of people is pushing them back in the state of free-floating anxiety and panic. It's the wrong, it's the wrong approach. And the first thing you have to do is offer a new object of anxiety, showing them, look, you can connect your anxiety to something. It doesn't have to be free-floating, but it's better to connect it to this object of anxiety. And then they will tell you how to deal with it.
But this disconnect cannot be achieved by rational means only, right? We have to have, in my view, we have to have a new emotional connection. That's why I said the German legal system doesn't function, because it has professional judges and they're trained to be without any emotions. They're trained to be without any empathy. That's why I noticed from years and years of court work, I noticed in German courts, judges don't care if people kill themselves after they get settled with fraudulent loans, for example. The very same thing happened in the United States. There we have juries. Those are people who have emotions and feelings, and if the right lawyers appeal to their emotions and feelings, they connect on an emotional level, and that's how one particular bank here in Germany, Deutsche Bank, everyone knows it's the most fraudulent in the world. That's why they were punished with billions in fines in the United States, and nothing happened here. So if that applies, this emotional approach applies, then I think that's what we're going to have to use. We cannot use the same mechanisms that they use. We have to be authentic, we have to be real, but I think in order to transport this, we have to use emotions. Or is that wrong?
No, I agree. I completely agree. I think what you call the emotional approach, I don't know if I would call it like that, but there is we have to use, I would call it more resonance. You have to resonate with people to really connect with them and to be able to guide them or to guide their attention to a space outside of the mainstream narrative, because that's the problem now. Their emotional and cognitive attention is all focused on one point, on the virus, and time again, they seem to object against everybody who wants to discourage or who wants to contradict the original narrative. Time and time again, they seem to react by saying, "But you don't want to let the people die who suffer from the virus, do you? Or what do you mean that we don't have to be that you don't have to show solidarity with the people who suffer from the virus?" No, that's not the point. The point is that you have to focus your attention wider, and that you have to see that there is collateral damage as well. And indeed, we can only do that, I think, by connecting to the people. Indeed, yeah, I agree. Yes.
About shifting their focus away from this is how dangerous the virus is to this is what the measures do to the health and security and well-being of the people. Look at what's going on here. Look at how people have to die in isolation. I mean, this would mean that we're challenging them to reconnect to real feelings, to empathy, because as you pointed out earlier, they haven't lost this, it's just that it's being blocked. And I think the only way to get through is by showing them these emotional pictures, by, basically by appealing to their being humans.
Yes, I think it too. And I think for me, it is not unethical to show people that there are other objects of anxiety as well. And it's not unethical, I think, because it's true. If they don't watch out, they will end up in a situation in which they are devoured by the system they support now. So it's not unethical to show that. It's because it would only be unethical if you used that anxiety for your own profit or for having power over them or something. But if you use it just to take the focus away of the one object of attention, focus it to something else, and then show them immediately, like, look. So that new object of anxiety, this totalitarian state, for instance, we can avoid it by connecting to each other, by talking to each other, and so on. With just maybe you were unhappy before the crisis, and in one way or another, the lockdown freed you up from this unhappy situation or that unhappy job. But you can become free in another way as well. You don't have to accept the social credit system to be able to stop working all the time and doing a senseless job, and so on. I think it's not unethical, because I think that in one way or another, if you want to take the focus away of the object of anxiety, you have to make people aware, I think, of the other risks that exist, and then as soon as you have realized that, as that happened, you have to stop making people anxious and to search together for a more rational understanding of the situation and a more human and ethical solution to the real problems of the crisis that existed before the crisis already. Yes.
Well, it cannot be unethical to substitute a false narrative with a true narrative. That cannot be unethical.
Herr Bundeskanzler, wir haben ja die Möglichkeit eingerichtet, jetzt unmittelbar auch mit der Bevölkerung.
So, we have the possibility now to speak directly to the population. In the chat, there's a possibility of having a survey. We will have a few questions, and the first question that we'd like the population to answer: should those who are responsible for the lockdown crisis be held legally liable? The question is now open, and we will close it at some point. Additional questions, well, this survey will be taken offline again, and we won't store any data. So please join the chat, and then you can answer this question and others that we'll pose later on to get an overview of what the crowd are thinking.
We also know that more people who are consulting us are waiting to talk to us. So we do that in parallel? Yes, it'll be independent, so we can carry on speaking. The Labour Minister, Professor Wallach, maybe you want to share your expertise, your findings?
No, I think it was a very lucid summary that we've heard here, and there's nothing to add. I think we need this openness vis-à-vis a new narrative, and this restriction of the materialist, transhumanist narrative. We need to focus on this, because it has taken us where we are. And we need to look for new options. I think this would involve the churches, who tragically failed here, I think, who might reposition themselves, and maybe there are other ways of developing these new narratives concerning the meaning, the dignity, the objective of human life.
I'd also be interested to have the opinion of the Minister of Education, because it touches the question on how we grow up in our families, how we are coined by the institutions that we have to go through.
Well, I would like to restart by talking about the moratorium, and we know that the previous government listened to economic interests that focused on this communication paradigm of economics, and we really should hold them liable and really look at the at reality rather than reinforcing the fear here, the anxiety here. The big problem with the educational system being involved in the international agenda, we have moved to a function-optimized education. We have induced a lot of function, but nobody really knows what this has, what meaning this has anymore. So the Corona measures allow for survival, but nobody knows what to survive for anymore. And so we need to reinforce on meaning again. Confrontation with creativity, with science, with art, with the arts can make this possible if we extend it by a function beyond the functional perspective to an aesthetic perspective, to a humanistic sense-oriented perspective. So we need to adjust the educational system in terms of the institutional character of the schools. The training of the teachers, the curricula need to be reformed in the sense of the objectives suggested by Professor Desmet, which had been in our educational systems but have been forgotten because we moved into the technocratic line of thought developed in the Anglo-Saxon area. But we're working on it.
Yes. From the economic perspective, we've heard about the churches, we've heard about education. Most of the time we spend at our workplace of most of our lifetime. And so here I think this has a special importance to it. So it's not competition, but cooperative thinking that should play a role here. There's lots of positive examples already available that people are very engaged. Many companies see a sense in what they do, and are, of course, the point that many of the staff in companies who do not provide sense of their work have kind of innerly left the company. We could highlight that later, perhaps.
Let me briefly add, as we said earlier, I think the President mentioned that as well, that we have a brain drain right now, in principle, because young families move away to Ireland because they want to evade the lockdown regime under the old government. Maybe things will turn around if we could find the exit from this situation. As the first European country, we might become very attractive because people wouldn't have these limitations here. But also, if we think about how can a humane environment be created here, it could become very attractive for people who have a certain, how can I put it, say, have not only an intellectual training, but also some heart training, if you can say, if you can put it this way, and want to allow their children to grow up and thrive in such a constellation. So I see from a social policy point of view, I see good opportunities for Germany.
That is a very cross-functional approach that we seem to be moving towards here. That means, Professor Bergholz, you've just said we have to move away from this fierce competition towards cooperation. I cannot really assess this at the moment, but I think that's going to have benefits only. Professor Desmet, it was very, very helpful that you have given us an overview and answered our questions. If you have time, I'm inviting you to stay with us because the Professor Lind, who has a consulting function to us, offers his own view. If necessary, I'll translate for you. Professor Lind, are you with us? Can you hear us?
I'm here, yes. Can you hear me as well? Yes, we can. Right. Greetings to everybody. Thank you for allowing me to give my perspective. I don't want to be too long. My approach deals with the question of moral competence. That is a word that hasn't been mentioned yet in this discussion, which is necessary to overcome the current crisis, I believe. Moral competence is the ability to solve problems and conflicts through reasoning and discussion based on the democratic principles of freedom, justice, cooperation, and truth. That's nothing new. This is something that I've been researching and teaching for the last 40 years. I have been thinking about democracy for 70 years since I went to school. How is democracy possible? How can we stop it from slipping into dictatorship? That train of thought was triggered by my teacher of German, who asked this question again and again. The idea behind it is that people are the basis of democracy, not the Constitution. Who knows the Constitution really from beginning to end? And I haven't met a single student yet who actually knew the Constitution. I studied psychology because I believe that people are key to democracy, and that is why I agree with the previous speakers, Mr. Ruppert and Desmond. As a professor of teaching at the University of Constance, I was able to analyze this in detail, developing a new test that makes moralcy or moral competence visible without requiring dubious statistics. It makes moral competency visible like an X-ray machine. I recommend it to anyone to read up on this. The test is called Moral Competency Test and has been translated into 40 languages by now, and there's a lot of research being done with it. So you can see there are different types of psychology. We have 3 psychologists here and 3 different approaches to it. And I'm offering you my approach, summarizing the findings very briefly. My approach is very objective. It's not too experimental. I can handle things without interpretation. I just put the data on the table and then everybody can make of them what they want. There are many correlative studies in the context of this concept in many different areas of behavior. The results known to me that I have available agree with what Mr. Ruppert said earlier. All people have a moral setup. They want to be good. They agree with the principles of democracy, freedom, justice, cooperation. Brotherhood would have been the term used in the past, and truthfulness as well. But all these values are no good if you can't implement them, because these principles themselves create a lot of conflict, and you need a ability to deal with these principles. How can you overcome these contradictions that result from applying these principles? We all want to be good, And if we want to implement this, then we always get into situations where we can make mistakes. For democracy, a minimum of moral competence is required, and this competence needs to be trained like a muscle. So in order for it to grow, it must have a punching partner, as it were. And if it isn't offered that, then it will not grow or even atrophy. And I have publicized before about how moral competence in Germany and in other countries are doing. And I'm actually surprised that democracy is still around. Because we found that moral competence and necessary moral competence is not in place with a large part of the population. 20%, you said once. Yes, that's a rough judgment, estimate. I'd say that at least that maybe 30 to 40% have this moral competence, but a majority lack the minimum. On a range of 0 to 100, we said at a level of 20, roundabout. If you cross this threshold of 20 on this index, you will see some moral guidance for your behavior. If it's below that, it's ruthless, avoiding difficulties, avoiding conflict. And then there is no influence on your behavior. And I'll give you some core findings on this later on. So our competence, our social competence our moral competence is dependent on abilities to exercise like our muscles. And if we ask students, they often tell us that they have no opportunity nearly at all to think for themselves, to discuss and to develop these higher abilities. A scientifically proven example for the lack of opportunity can be found in 3 areas. Of course, prisoners, the longer they are in a prison, the more their moral competence degrades because they have no opportunity to practice it in prison, and that explains this effect that prisoners tend to return to prison the longer they've been in. This is a trend that can be shown in all studies observing this, but you can turn this around if you give prisoners the possibility of training it, and it's not so difficult to do that, but it needs to be done. Well, I think we have taken a look at the core aspects of moral competence already. So the way how you train it, the ability to ask questions rather than take commands, then the ability to discuss with people of different opinions rather than fighting them. Yes, well, the miracle cure is rule 1. That is something that really, something I keep asking about or demanding without, if you don't threaten people to punish them, they'll accept it, i.e. everything may be said, really anything may be said, but you must not value or judge people. And this simple rule is really a miracle cue. We had a workshop recently, and all participants were suddenly surprised how well you can discuss very tricky issues without people going for each other's throat. So we don't give any other rules, just this basic rule, and we insist that participants act by it. And in over 20 years that I've been practicing this, I never had to intervene because people, when they adhere to that, they realize that it's a great rule. And it allows us to discuss important topics with other people. And my book is called Morality Can Be Taught. That's not quite true, of course. It can simply something that can be trained. We have to make training opportunities available, just like a football coach who doesn't train football, he just makes training opportunities available. We're here in the new cabinet now because the old one resigned, and we're looking at the risk analysis. And against this background, unfortunately, we have a very limited time period available because we still have to look at the problem of the supply bottlenecks that are looming, because we have to see how we will intervene in that building crisis. Now, it would be important for us to give us an answer to the important question of 𝗲𝗺𝗂𝗂𝗊 in a very succinct way, and then we would like to create work groups here in order to get into more detail here. But I also learned from our previous discussion that there are 2 or 3 teaching approaches. I was told that I have 15 minutes for my presentation. I geared my presentation to that. I can compress it a bit because I've written a good book that you can use to read up on it. But maybe I can give you one result that I've shown before, and that has been mentioned several times. The 𝗲𝗃𝗃 experiment, where it was shown that people will subject themselves to ridiculous orders without opposing to it, even though they believe that it's immoral what they have been ordered to do. And this is the finding of that study. Unfortunately, you only ever look at the people who subject to the order, but to the 20 to 50% who reject, those are the more interesting people for us, and we never look at those. They do not execute those orders. And 𝗲𝗃𝗃 never wanted to know that because he didn't believe in the power of morality. He excluded the possibility of morality playing a role in human behavior at all, but only the power of external conditions. But with so many people who act counter to the order, you have to ask yourselves, how come the strength, the rejection of such orders? All of us here in this room have not subjected ourselves to these orders, and Hans Kohlberg reproduced this experiment, and he found that it really depends very strongly it hinges very strongly on moral competency. That was very impressive to see. People with a low moral competency, only 13% of those refuse to execute the order. Those who have a high moral competency, 75% rejected the order. That's not only statistically significant, this is not only a little bit, it's a huge difference. 13% refusal with low moral competency, 75% if you have a high moral competency. That's a huge difference. Unfortunately, when the original author was confronted with this result, he thought that was nonsense. So unfortunately, even scientists have their prejudices, obviously. So what we have just experienced now, could that have been prevented if there had been more moral competency within the population? Does that mean that if 75% of the population had moral competency, i.e. the ability to empathize with others, then this would not have unfolded? Not quite. If all had a minimum of moral competency, 20%, that's not so much, 20 points, then everybody would say no, or nearly all. And this is a crass failure of our educational system. Alexander von Humboldt introduced it as a obligatory system to keep society as a democracy together, and it also was introduced in the US by the US institutions. Now we still have the obligation, but not the education anymore that we need. So people are not being prepared for democracy. So people's ability to discuss, to reason for themselves is not being promoted. By the contrary, it is actually preventing it. And contributes to our current problems. So I have two conclusions, a long-term and a short-term conclusion. You'll be more interested in the short-term conclusions. The long-term, however, is that Jefferson and Humboldt had defined the educational objective of schools, and that needs to be reinstalled. After the two world wars, there was a discussion about this again, and then it was forgotten. And it presupposes one thing, of course, better training of teachers. They have to know how to promote moral competency. Teachers must accept that children can think for themselves and reason. And it's not a question that depends on people's willingness. It's just a question of their ability. If we don't have that ability, then we won't have democracy. Even Schumpeter knew this. Anybody who knows what's the right thing to do doesn't have a choice. They have to do the right thing. So what we can do, the upper limit determines what we do. If you can't act good, act well, then they won't, of course. Now, concerning the short-term objectives, I know that you need to know what to do immediately. It's very important what the Corona Committee is doing, i.e. collect a lot of data and make it available and publicize it, but the target group is only a minority that is receptive here, and the committee is doing a good job here, but the committee completely fails, as Mr. 𝗏𝗪𝗂𝗏 said, to address those people who are subject to the panic. It bypasses them altogether. They're not open to the truth, to facts. We can do a headstand and kick our legs, like my father says. We have to take additional action in order to address those people. And I have a few ideas that I've presented before. In March of last year, I already published an article in Rubicon about Corona as a panic as an important epidemic. Nobody wanted to know about it at the time. Now it's more well received. What's important is that vis-a-vis this large group, we need to find a simple language, short sentences, no foreign terms, no subordinate clauses. If we have long sentences, a lot of subordinate clauses, then we exclude a lot of people from this discourse. So the language that we academics have acquired is a huge barrier for a large part of the population that we will never be able to reach. Meta language, for instance, it's a bad habit that we have, that we announce that we're going to say something. I want to say something. Just let's do it. Let's leave these meta sentences out. We can gain some time, and we shouldn't use it for additional talking. We need to give people time to let it sink in. Every new piece of information needs 3 seconds. So every new piece of surprising information that a person receives requires 3 seconds to allow it to sink in. to network it in the brain and to understand it.
Professor Lind, I fear we don't have the time to educate everyone to this level at the moment. I think we'll have to take what we have, and if we can only get 20 or 30% of the population it has to do, we don't have time to teach moral competency. As you've just said, we can concentrate on the long-term goals and so on later on. Now we need immediate action, and we have to do that with the means we have, working with the people that we have. We can't cover that all up at the moment. Yes, so that takes me to the immediately applicable advices. Everybody can try to speak simple language. That's quick to learn. That's an effort everyone can make. But if we get more than that percentage of people, that's the mean. Simply to speak in a way that people can understand and know what we're talking about. And then an emotional speech is important, and not using abstract talk. Personal experiences are a good help here. Since March, I have had so many personal experiences that I have no luck. Two of my brothers died, one by being arrested in his home, in his care home. The other one died of cancer because he wasn't admitted to hospital. And so it happens to a cousin of mine. And I also said in the care home Oldingen, a third of the vaccinated people died. That's mass murder. I wonder that there's no outcry. So then I propose that I connect you with the work group to develop a communication strategy. I'm done. Urgent advice. If we repeat the words Corona pandemic without intent, we enforce panic in the population, because they think if we say it all the time, it exists. And we are not aware of that. Everything that we talk about all the time exists. Philosophy tells us realism. That means every word corresponds to reality. And most people are realists in this sense that if we call it Corona Committee, then I propose to rename it. Professor Lind, we are in the federal government at the moment, in the interim government. We will come back to you. I will contact you for the work group, and we can come together and see how to do the best psychological approach. Maybe one legal opinion here, because it's been discussed a lot of times that the people who are punishable, who generate that panic, I think that should be thought about at a later point. I think the people who do the panics should be removed from their positions immediately. Whether we put them to psychiatry or to jail later on, that's a decision for later. At this point, we've had 2 surveys, and I'd like to present the results here. We've asked whether the responsible people for the crisis should be made responsible. 89% say yes, 2% say no. And the other thing is, do you think the crisis is a chance for a better world? 74% say yes, and 25% say no. It's a little bit of a rounding figure here. So we're going to put more questions to the chat, and we are going to keep everyone updated and make this visible for the population elsewhere. Maybe we've got the president of the Child Protection Association with us, because many of the things that we have here affect children. Children are affected by the crisis. Many may not well be aware of it because they just followed along what the parents do and did and had to do with the regime of the old government. So it starts with kindergarten, children having to wear masks, vaccinations, restrictions that children didn't know in the beginning. Even the playgrounds were closed. Children had to go to quarantine and so on. And we've talked to Mrs. Sternberg that children, who said that children are taken away from the pleasures of normal life, like going to school and starting the school as a ceremony without the parents, end of school celebrations were cancelled, no sports activities, so lots and lots of restrictions, of course, that had an effect on our children. So, Mr. Pristine, maybe you could give us your view of the situation of the children, and maybe you can also give us a perspective on exiting. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation, Mr. Chancellor, to involve me in this group here, sharing my experience, which may be helpful in getting towards a reform which will be helpful, not only helpful for all of us, but will take us out of the dead-end road of the totalitarian regime, coming to competence and free unfolding of our personality without any exterior restrictions. And I'd like to come back to history. I used to be a family judge at the time and took the position from that position, looking at quarreling parents with children in the middle of them who were in loyalty contracts and very unhappy. And I could only see that because I went unconventional ways due to the consultation of a psychologics professor. I started to visit people's homes in the 70s already, talking about both parents who were fighting, seeing the children, and I could throw all my files and court away. The children were making very clear that they were suffering, but they would like to have both parents and stay in contact with both parents. They loved both parents. I could give you tons of examples. I don't want to go through that here for time reasons. But when I saw that, I noted that if I decided as a judge, like the law would want me to, treating the symptoms and giving responsibility to only one of the parents and leaving the other one out, and maybe controlling contact that they may have with the children wouldn't be better off, but rather worse off. When I noted that, when I saw that, I wondered what I was there for. Was I there for to implement dictations that I got from the top, or should I protect children? And I answered it in the latter sense, not only for me, but I mirrored it back, saying that I'm only going to decide if you show to me that you are right. And I'll give you the opportunity now. And if I have to decide, I would get an expertise on you, whether you are not ready to make peace and attend your children for egoistic reason, or if you are restricted for medical reasons. In that case, I would have to take a decision. But before I have that exam, I'm not going to do anything and let you go the way you are now. But you have opportunity to get rid of me by now getting a consultant, and I'll give you 3 months' time, for example, and then I will come and see what the parents have made of it. And if you couldn't get to peace, then the person who is the egoist insisting on their right is going to have a bad time because that's punishable. However, I never had to go that far. That led to a reformation of the jurisdiction in Germany, and when I was instructed to assign the right to one person, one parent only, I filed it in the Supreme Court in Germany, and that led to the joint responsibility being the common or the normal solution now. And when I looked at the adolescents in front of jail, in front of the court, they weren't there because they were bad, but they had broken homes that they had to live in. They had to find their own solutions because they couldn't be educated because they were just torn apart by the fighting parents. So as a judge, I saw there's the wrong people on the accusation bench here. So the other judges who decided the situation, the youth agencies are here, and of course this is it. And at the time, as the chair of the Children Protection Agent Association, I started to look at how we could help the legal system not only to verbally and cognitively deal with fighting situation between parents, but doing it in a way that strengthens their competency. And that resulted to a concept to a lawyership for children and parents, which hasn't been implemented as of today, but hopefully we'll have a chance for that in the future. Coming back to my invitation and the concrete situation, we have assessed that we are in a situation where, let me call it that, all of us adults have moved to a child's position. So from the fear which arose here for whatever reason, we are behaving like children who can't do other than what the authorities up there want them to do. Otherwise, they will be in the risk of losing the social context and so. So it's kind of infantilism is what we've heard from at least two experts. We have slipped back into unconscious behavior patterns that we've learned as children. That takes me to the schools. Not only the parents who have grown up with this type of model, but in schools that work in splitting up the groups, and it's not about developing competency, but evaluating everything the children do and giving the children the impression that they're not good enough, they're not value enough, and they have to look up to know what they're doing. Professor 𝗏𝗏 does this very clearly, saying the schools did their job to create adapted citizens that can be manipulated. That this is something that can come to a change today would be possible and thinkable by us becoming aware, as we've said, Mr. Chancellor, that we do not only have fundamental rights which give us that way or could lead us in that direction. In Germany, we are bound to international agreements. We have an international pact which strongly restricts us to limit the human rights, and where it is not possible, not even in extreme emergency situations, for example, experiments with health, and we cannot agree. And children cannot agree to a vaccination, just as a side remark. And adults are not allowed to, because that may be poisoning, and that is punishable according to German law. So at this point, we are on a threshold to think of where we want to go. And I have a great question, and I want to ask you something, which is to prepare the ground that we get out of the authoritarian structures. We haven't found the way to democracy, and we really implement it. And Mr. Chancellor, you are in the front line here of my address. I would cordially ask you and your government that you take all actions that have been taken on the background of the current situation, that you take these back immediately and that you announce your resignation in case that the Parliament doesn't stop the situation, which is the basis for the actions, which are not only a great strain for children and families, and who are effectively creating more collateral damage than any risk that has been prognosed at any point in time. This is even not understandable and found as evidence. So, I'd like to ask you and the old government to completely resign in case the government and the Parliament doesn't do this. So, and this should be taken as immediate action. This law is not only not necessary because we do not have an international law prohibiting these things. There's a lot of regulation on this, and it has to be changed immediately by other means, because all that I can see from the judge's perspective, and I found out also with respect to the Constitution, that has been forgotten to my point of view, and even worse, that there is punishable crimes that are being demanded from the top here, and this is clearly punishable. What the government wants to do, so that is enforcing people, teachers, for example, to do things with children that they are not allowed to do, and so that at least stops people and children and harms them. This has been made clear in the committee work from Mr. Hütter and others, and neurologists have made this clear. It is very clear, and I don't know of anybody from this area who had ever had any doubt of this. Mr. Hütter, for example, says the meaning for a child to develop its own potential, to love, to fight, to kiss and quarrel. If a child doesn't do it, it loses the ability, and then it is even more adjustable, adaptable, manipulable, because it still acts as an adult as it learned to act as a child. So whatever evaluation this is mental abuse, and that makes it punishable according to German law, and it is a crime which is punishable, and so anybody who declares this, and that's not only children, that's people who can't defend themselves. So there is sufficient legal basis that makes clear that the infection law, which is misused to affect constitutional rights of children as well as adults, are not only justified but are evidently contra the Constitution. What I have seen, whenever there was a change or an effect to the Constitution, it has to have a concrete balance and consideration of a potential harm, a potential danger, but that's not enough. At the same time, the precautions developed from this have to be assessed as well. And if the two only balance off, the actions must not be taken. So I can't sacrifice one juridical good for another. So this means nobody can be sacrificed and nobody has to be allowed to sacrifice himself and be subject to a risk which is fully uncalculable, because the part of the parent who does this is punishable. The same applies, by the way, for the mask wearing, that the parents are here also punishable according to German law, because they are massively endangering the mental health of their children if they force them to accept the status of the so-called possible risk and telling them that they are suggesting them that they may transfer this to others. So if that is the case, from my point of view, Mr. Chancellor, that means that the government has these things in their view. That's why you're here. But beyond that, you look at the internationally applicable agreements applicable in Germany, the basic law internationally. I only want to mention three here. One of the important points is the UN resolution on the rights of the children. I just want to pick out on one thing here, which is Article 16. No child may arbitrarily be affected to any influence in its home, its life, or private, its dignity or its reputation. The child has a right against all these aggressions. Article 19, the states take action to protect the child of any kind of mental or physical violence in any kind. This means that children have not only got a right, but this goes further. The UN agreement also says that children have a right of legal defense wherever just a minute. Wherever torture is concerned, and here this means, torture means any application of physical or mental pain in any way. For example, to get any statement or punish someone for what they are accused of, or to threaten anybody, to react to any discriminating reason. If this physical pain is caused by somebody from the public institutions or public agencies, so this must be prohibited and prevailed. So these are three general agreements that we have on one hand, and our legislation, which should still be in place as far as I know. I haven't heard that it has been suspended, so that the actions, and if I look at the experts here who have until now not been contradicted by any other experts, so as long as these precautions are up, that against the background of this apparent permission of the, or empowerment of the adjusted legislation, which is in the hand of the Constitutional Court or the legislation body, so that would take too long, and it is up to you to say if you want to carry on, us to carry on, then please, as the first tech action, and put us to our role. That means we cannot do what we like to do, whoever it would be, what we think is right, but as per law, you are the ones who can and must create the framework in which we can work and take action as long as the law is absolutely sound and safe. And now I'll come to a point how we can make sure that this is the case. From my point of view, in the society, there's not only the small and the big citizens, which are the children, the families responsible of the children, and that is a natural law. It's not a juridical law. That means children, parents who have children are in a natural parental right, and that includes duties to address and fulfill and protect the children and fulfill their needs. And that means the smallest cell in the state has to be protected, which is the family, from external, just the same way as children have to be protected from taken out of the family or in some other way be directed to be infected so that they cannot unfold their potential. And this can only be done if we look at the cognitive area and have a legal defense by the juridical powers, and leave that. That means we have come to use that we can intellectually, by expertise, show that if, for example, we have to provide legal protection, what is right and wrong. It's been made clear that judges are people only, and that they do not react to what they read there in written. No, we've heard this when we were talking about the judges. They follow images, they react to emotional things that address them just like anybody else does, but they don't like that, and they don't like to be seen as someone who's up there, and I know that from my experience. They don't like somebody below them in the hierarchy tell them that they're not right. So, if the other person comes along and says to them, look, I'll tell you what's right and wrong, you are programmed to resistance as a judge. And you say, am I competent, or what do I do? So, this means, that's one thing. The second thing, as juridical people, we have not learned, we are not prepared and trained to look at the emotional, human side, the competency, conflict salvations. We're not prophets. So that means we learn to look in the back, in the past, and find causes and finalize conflicts by making a decision. That's our job. But we did not learn to look into the future and program future development and open them up for children tomorrow and the day after tomorrow become free of whatever conflicts they may face. That is something we cannot do, and that subjects us as individual legal experts to do exactly that. Defend the children's rights, that we have to follow the requirements of external experts or whatever, and just write what they can do. But that shifts responsibility from the judge to the third person who is not involved at all. So, if I want to change this, it doesn't mean to attack the judge and tell them how stupid they are, but I have to introduce a catalyst into the system to do things. First, that the need of the child, of these parents, or whoever is involved, the needs have to be psychologically assessed and checked for the best options for a good, healthy future development on the one hand, and on the other hand, explain this to the judge in such a way that they have to follow it and then defend everything that affects these competencies in a wrong way. So that means we need to have interdisciplinary experts for child jurisdiction that is available to anybody, free of charge, at any time, as soon as somebody is affected in their rights. These models are available, and this is why I'm happy that you have invited me. I've not been long here in this new role again, but I'm happy that you have invited me here to be able to tell you from my experience and based from the cooperation, from my experience with the cooperation of psychologists. And I'd like to add what makes it difficult for us legal experts to work at eye level with psychologists. For example, if we sit at the same table, it was difficult for me at the start as well, that professor of psychology sits here and he's an expert. I sit there with my black coat, and it's a difficult situation with lawyers and everything. And I think if you say something, he's gonna see right through me. So I'd rather not say anything. So I didn't have much motivation to do things, and I let them do. And what happened was so good, that was so good and discharging for me, that I thought, that's great, that's very good, that's helpful, and that led to an eye-level cooperation. But you have to get there, because here we talk different languages, we look in different perspectives, and we have been coined differently, and this is what makes it difficult for us. So, Chancellor, thank you very much. I wish you and your team a good development, and that you can support us already now, that we can set up pilot projects with immediate effect to set up an interdisciplinary body for juridical protection of children. We need funding, we need your support, and we need a person responsible for the children in the federal parliament. So please appoint someone who can follow this model. And from what you've said, and only reports and consults to the parliamentarians. Not you. You have enough experts, but the parliamentarians need that support, independent of the party they're in, independent of the way that you are addressing here the things. Thank you very much.
Well, it's my pleasure. I have to say, we weren't elected, we were appointed, because the previous government, they are the ones who are responsible. We have to clean things up, because in our fiction they resigned. What you just presented tells us that the situation of the children is extremely critical, to put it mildly. You have indicated the basic problem, i.e., The German judges won't take anything from lawyers. That is a core problem in legal training, in the training of legal experts, and it leads to a situation where oftentimes arguments aren't even exchanged because any criticism is taken as personal criticism rather than factual criticism, and we'd have to consider the moral competency presented by Professor Lind again, but that'll take too long. And this is why, in parallel to the executive orders by the US President that are not available to us, we said that the situation is so dangerous for children, but also for normal adults, particularly through the mask, but also through the so-called vaccination, that we will install a 2-month moratorium, during which period all measures are suspended. Things must not proceed as they did. We don't want to issue punishable bans or bans subject to punishment. But people who can't help themselves, i.e. children or some elderly people, will be protected by the continued validity of our criminal code. And so any intervention in this context is constitutes bodily harm. Sometimes, in many cases, as we know, bodily harm with lethal consequences. So this is not an attempt to help people stay healthy. Instead, as we found out, this is a coordinated way of consistently violating the medication Medication Advertising Act. This is something that we never saw in the past, that celebs and politicians come forward and promote individual medications, individual treatments. We would also suspend those parts of the Infectious Disease Protection Act, particularly the part that allows us to take basically any action we please. And that is something that we will strive for, that we don't only have a moratorium, but after the end of the moratorium have an end of all, a permanent end to all measures, and to roll back all the interventions in our legal code that have been taken in the course of this pandemic.
I'd like to put this more concrete in from the perspective of my ministry. Of course, this is necessary, but there is a high need to action in the families. I think we have to stop with the actions immediately, come back to normal presence at school. All schools have to be reviewed with the new areas of the AKI. So I'd like to invite you to talk to the staff in my ministry so that we can develop everything that we have heard about. We have immediate need for action rather today than tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, this would involve not only the children, but also old people who have been suffering these same terrible measures. They need to get support so that they can heal fast and that we can clarify things here.
The moratorium is extensive. We have expressed this yesterday. All precautions have to be stopped immediately. If people want to wear masks, that's why I said it's not punishable. If you want to wear masks, somebody who wants to do so can, but children and elderly are protected of being forced to do that, saying that here we have a law that makes this punishable.
Well, from my point of view, even today, there could be a substantial change with immediate effect if the parents' representation groups be given some support by giving them legal protection, which is possible with immediate effect today. Financing this, funding it, creating a combination between legal expert and psychologist or legal expert and pediatric experts, submitting, for instance, preliminary injunctions as a team to suspend certain measures, because that would be an imposition of a criminal act against a child. That would be one way of defending their rights. And this team of legal experts and scientists could, for instance, declaratory action for the benefit of the children affected, and this is something that could be done in the past, but now it could be done by this combination by the expert and legal expert. They could order schools to stop doing these things, so the teachers could be supported in not imposing, not executing the measures required in the past, and also maybe in a combination between judges and public prosecutors. Public prosecutions could start proceedings against the suppression of the freedom of speech, the freedom of opinion, where the coercion of children, of teachers are addressed, that investigations against unknown persons are initiated, and the MPs need to be informed about this. It's not a question of saying clearly what is what might be happening. What we need to determine is what is actually happening, what are the potential dangers. And once we have this team, the legal experts in his gown has can be approached differently, not by the lawyer, but by the expert accompanying the lawyer. He will speak directly to the judge in an emotional way, and also addressing these issues, emotional and psychological issues at hand, and this will enable the judge to say, okay, this is an interesting point. And so all of a sudden, he's able to blame those that need to be blamed, i.e. the government. And if the government can't show that the public prosecutor is wrong, then, well, a decision can be taken to the detriment of the government.
I think that is all just and right. We always have to be clear that until we took office, the system developed by our own not doing things. In my work in 26 years at courts, I thought things were wrong often enough. I didn't do anything because I didn't expect the extent to which things had gone wrong here, and to really say that our society is really rotten, to say it that way, and even a large part of the legal experts and the judges are completely detached from their own feelings, and emotion does not play a role. That's different in other countries where juries take over that work, and that there is a competition in the way that that some of the judges, and that's risky in this situation, that some judges say, this stupid guy down there cannot tell me anything. That means they don't listen to arguments because they see the person and they say, I don't agree to this person, I rather follow the government's line. And that is our main problem at this point.
I would like to contradict you a bit to a certain extent. There is no body of the judges. I used to work at the Court of Law in Potsdam, 5 family judges, and none of them worked the way I did. And my daughter is a judge, and I know about her plight, the difficult situation she's in. So these people, just like everybody else, they're all caught in a very difficult situation because right now they're isolated. In other words, something else happened as well. The executive, i.e., the authorities, the heads of the authorities have issued orders that if somebody enters the authority, the premises, has to wear a mask, and if I, as a judge, go in there with a mask, I am already biased. But I can't help wearing the mask. So, if we're dealing with children now, with the rights of children now, then individual judges might need our support to do things differently, and we have this opportunity now, particularly now that we are using different branches of law at the same time. For instance, the regional courts are something that we haven't spoken about yet. If we have a declaratory statement to be made, declaratory judgment, then we have 3 judges who have to pass this judgment. And if I can show them an expert's opinion, and the expert is heard, then that's a person that can't be ignored.
I just want to point out that in the last 18 months, or however long it was, it has become very apparent that it is not the rule of law that is being guiding here. What I thought were exceptional cases in the past seems to have gone wronger than I thought so, that no evidence is taken. So if we say there's no basis for this, and this is my expert who you can tell the judge, and they say there is a basis, and I don't want to hear the expert, the 𝗓𝗃 says this. This has nothing to do with the rule of law. That is arbitrarism, and that is perversion of the law, and
maybe another point, a constitutional point. Article 19, para 4, declares that it is the regional courts, if there is something at stake that isn't protected by the Constitution. So local courts have nothing to do here, no role to play here. The fact that we have a constitutional infringement at the expense of children right now, there is no court of justice that is competent in this context unless it's the family court. And if they reject such cases, then we have no court.
And why do they reject it? Because immediately, if they did their job, they have to expect their homes to be searched and their computers and phones to be confiscated. that was the case, and we have to send out different signals.
And if you refuse to be impressed by that, I was also threatened with being responsible, being liable for the cost of a pending court case, and because I suggested that it should be held in the first place. That was squashed, but I refuse to be impressed. Mr. Detmer in Weimar continues to be to refuse to be impressed by that. And there are many judges who have been exonerated here. So I have to say that we have sufficient colleagues, 20%, to get back to this.
Maybe you're right.
If we have a different approach, not only lawyer against judge, two legal experts who can fight each other, if we recognize the competence of the human sciences and have a different opportunities for the judge, it would open a new situation, new opportunities, and they might say, I might get an expert here, which expert will I hear? So these are things that are not necessary.
It is surely right that we have to make this problem visible for everyone with emotional addresses as they are necessary here. We cannot just stay cool and simply juridically, legally look at a situation. It has to be emotionalized because that's what it's about. It's about emotions. So this has taken us to a point where we want to turn to economics without the power of which politics will not be possible. And we have the Minister of Economy with us, and in the loop we have the new Undersecretary, Professor Christian Kreis. Professor Bergholz is with us, and we want to, most of all, know what the real situation and the condition of the economy is. If it is as disastrous as some reports seem to suggest, what can be done?
Well, thank you very much. Just to give you a clear picture here, we have been analyzing the real causes for the problem. We will have to get back to the question of how to overcome the long-term consequences. Now, very recently, we just heard about the immediate risks for children, but also the elderly who can't defend themselves, who can't fend for themselves. And what we're speaking about is a short and mid-term problem, i.e., if we take a look at the damage caused to the economy, which will have a mid-term effect, there will be repercussions, and that can't be stopped immediately. I had mentioned the example of a tanker that takes 5 nautical miles to be stopped earlier. I'd like to explain a little bit what approach we could choose, but just to give you an illustration of where we stand, I'd like to use an illustration. To visualize it, I'll give you 2 extreme branches of industry. One of them is the shipbuilding industry, specifically 𝗬𝗺𝗺𝗃 in Papenburg here, which is a global leader, which has 3 products in its portfolio. We see a cruiser here, and is an employer of about 20 to 50,000 people, directly and indirectly. The logistics system behind this shipyard, which builds a ship within a year as complex as an entire airport, that's a very sensitive set of cogged wheels. What's happening right now, I have no up-to-date figures right now, but I'm sure this shipyard, like the automotive industry, that this these gears have been interfered with by the Corona crisis. For instance, the price of steel has risen incredibly. You can still be happy if you can get it, and the availability of individual components and certainty limited, which will have an impact on the timely delivery of these products. And as far as I know, the 𝗕𝗫𝗺 shipyard has always delivered on time, as far as I know. Now, that's the other extreme. This industry here, that I'll get back to later, supplies computer chips. And we're not talking about per year or of the sale of three different units, like with the shipyard earlier. We're talking of more like 3 billion units per year. Here, only the computer chips for computers, and those are not the most recent figures, as you can see. Now, let's take a look at the next image, next slide. That's what that's the core of what I want to say here. We have problems in the value-added chain that are quite manifest today, not only in production but also in maintenance. I know firsthand that in maintenance in different industries there is a grave shortage of spare parts. So certain products can't be repaired, and in production there's an important point. Production is only possible if the 4 M's are simultaneously met. Material, steel for the shipbuilding industry or for the automotive industry, which is certainly our biggest industry, who are also experiencing problems. Audi has just declared short-time labor. The machines must be in place, the method must work. That is the smallest problem right now, I think. And of course, you need the manpower. I need the people who work there. All 4 aspects need to be met, and you wouldn't believe how often it is the case that one of these 4 M's fails, and then you have to kick into action. And right now we have problems with the first and last M due to the disease, not least due to the vaccinations, which take out a lot of people for a while. In my home county, the school had to close. Why? Because the teachers were all vaccinated at the same time. They all had to get sick leave.
Just briefly, the second point, machine, spares. If the machine's broken down, we are back to problem 1, material. Even if we had the steel, we would have the problem that we can't repair the machines.
That's exactly the point I was going to make next. We know that the computer chip industry also is experiencing supply problems. And I was going to speak about that so that we can understand. It's not 5 to 12, it's 5 past 12 by now, and we have to take action to avoid the worst consequences. We've already decided to stop the measures with immediate effect. That's a good step. But we also have to think about what we can do to prevent detrimental developments. For instance, a lot of people will fall ill because of the vaccinations. Then there will be problems in delivery of new machines or in repairing machines. So let's go to the next slide. This is a chip factory in Dresden by Infineon Company, the largest chip manufacturer in Germany, and one of the largest, if not the largest supplier to the automotive industry. Never forget, however, that the automotive industry is just a small customer among, they have they're just a single digit. They're responsible for a single digits of sales of this industry. And if there is a high demand, and everybody needs a new computer, particularly the schools, and to the benefit of the children, even though I have my doubts that this is really the solution, but I doubt it. I don't think so, but that's the way it is. That's where the chips go, because you can see it's a large company with 4,000 or 5,000 employees in clean rooms. We can see a bit more what it looks like inside, and we can see it again. It's a complex interplay of different parts of this factory, of many people and of many suppliers. There are chemicals here, machines, etc., and spare parts. I used to work for this company in the past. That used to be a problem before already. Next slide, where we can see a cross-sections through such a clean room. The second level from below, you can see filtered air goes in from the top, and then chemicals, gases, etc. are delivered from the bottom. It's a very complex building, as you can see. And in this clean room, just to illustrate it, and that has to do with the sense or nonsense of masks. In this clean room, we have 1 million particles in these 30,000. In our room, we have 30 cubic meters, 1 million particles. In this clean room, we have 1 particle, and that has the benefit that we can measure it exactly. Do these masks, this is inside the clean room. People are wrapped into a full body condom, as it were, particularly with a mouth and nose cover made of the best material technically available. Nevertheless, all these people are particle sources, really, particle sources. Why does it work? Nevertheless, because this fabric is not capable of retaining all particles, and this is why in such a clean room there is a constant airflow from the top to the bottom to remove all these particles. And if as an engineer, and I did that for many years myself, if I handle these ultra sensitive wafers, I must not speak, because speaking, particles and bacteria will pass through this fabric. Bacteria 5 to 10 micrometers large. Viruses are 100 times smaller. So I don't need to talk about how useful these masks are in order to protect ourselves and our environment from such particles. And if somebody has no symptoms, then there is no risk, I would say, as a lay person. Now, the next slide, please. It's not working right now. I was going to show this as an animation, really. Any production of a material, that's the inside of a factory, you can organize it as you wish. It's a very complex interplay of different materials, different services, service providers, and if we have a situation like the current one, it is immediately obvious that if 2 or 3 of these boxes, they represent the various components of a supply chain. If there is an interruption here, the entire process is severely interfered with. That may be only 1%, even 5% of the entire process, and they will impede or stop the whole process. So the entire value creation chain will be interrupted through this phenomenon. That's why we see this slide again. And that leads to bottlenecks. What you get out of the factory is not determined by the entire capacity of the value creation chain, but by the bottleneck. Right now, we have a globally networked value creation chain that is very sensitive to such bottlenecks. It starts with transport, currently in China, in 2 container ports, which are basically closed down due to the infections. We have interruptions there. So that means there should be another slide here, number 9. So that is now a symbolic representation, basically, using a very concrete factory as an example. There are work centers in this factory, and these work centers have a certain capacity, 80% if things go well. And what you can see in black is the capacity utilization. If the capacity utilization crosses a threshold of just over 80%, represented by the red line here, you get these bottlenecks. What we have right now should look much worse than it looks here, and so we have to make sure that these problems are approached in a very focused way. The first measure is what the government is planning to do, i.e. stop the measures, but we only have an impact on Germany, and the mid-term objective would be to supplement at least these global sources by local or regional sources. That makes sense anyway, strategically speaking. And the next chart shows how it was possible to get a grip on this. What you can see here is the duration that the period of time that a product stays within a factory. In this factory, it's 2 months. If it takes ever longer to finish a product, be it cars, be it cruisers, be it a machine made by the machine building industry, be it an agricultural product where maybe a spare part misses, or last but not least, our construction industry. It's the same everywhere. And here on the right-hand side, we can see if we slow down, that we get less out at the other end of the factory, then we have the bottlenecks that we can see everywhere. And the solution is on the right. You see a gray area here, this corridor that was planned through certain measures that I won't go into detail of now. Those were the emergency measures. That's the time to get a computer chip through the factory. It was reduced, and then you have the situation under control again. That is, of course, by looking after the staff. It is achieved by getting alternative materials, alternative sources for materials, etc. So, to cut things short, or in a nutshell, to get a grip on the situation, which has not yet peaked as far as I can see, we have to take immediate action to try to stop this downward trend, or upward trend in terms of the time it takes to make products, and we have to, in the mid and long term, and that's what I would suggest, we have to make sure in the mid and long term that our supply chains, our economic chains are made more robust for these things, regionalized in other words. That is one of the reasons why we should have a smaller ambit, maybe all of Germany or the EU. That's not to speak against global supply chains, but we can see that if we just continued steady as she goes, our economy would nosedive pretty badly. And earlier, when we were speaking about psychology, I mentioned very briefly, in the companies, the way you deal with your staff can also make a contribution to solving our problems. There are companies out there where 70% of staff are hugely committed, and there are companies where 70% of the staff are so frustrated that they really work against their own company. And what is the reason for that? It's not a question of money. A colleague from my former university, Jacobs University, looked at this in detail. It's down to three aspects. First of all, the question, am I self-determined in what I do? Can I determine how I do what I need to do? Am I free in designing the way I do my work? Or am I in a culture where I simply have to execute orders? Well, second aspect, respect for your performance. And third aspect, further training and further development options. Fourth aspect, I'm always kept in the loop on what my organization, my company, my authority, wherever I work, how they are doing. And if you get these four aspects right, then you have committed staff members, and that will also lead to a society. As it has been said before, most people spend most of their waking hours in the job, not at home. And that's a huge societal task for companies, but also public authorities. So that was my introductory remark.
Well, it's quite a few aspects that can be applied as an information for the overall population as far as the functioning of democracy is concerned. A couple of questions to your presentation. Do you see, what are the main raw materials or products that you see are affected by the crisis in supply? Can that be pinpointed? Chips seem to be a problem, but China has finished the lockdown quite quickly. I don't know what the status is at the moment. Where's the point?
Well, the chip production isn't housed in mainland China, largely. A large part of it is in Taiwan, and a much larger part is in the US, in Southeast Asia, and last but not least, luckily, in Europe as well, largely, mainly Italy, France, Austria, and Germany. There's some capacity in the UK and Ireland, as well as Israel. Intel has a factory in Israel and one in Ireland. Let's not forget about this. Now, the problems in chip production, from my point of view, are the chips go to where demand is and where the big customers are. So, there's not a lack of production, but the huge increase in demand. So the best customers get the products first, and the automotive industry and maybe others who are secondary customers need to wait a bit. And from the point of view of those who own these factories, that makes sense. Now, what's happening now is that the production capacities are to be extended, but in the chip industry, you can't do that overnight. The time horizon here is 6 to 12 months, and if you wish to build a new factory, then you need 18 months before anything comes out at the other end. That's the way it is. But with the raw materials, there's certainly a shortage of wood, as you probably heard, of steel and other very fundamental materials, and then spare parts, particularly if these spare parts include electronic components, because here again the the bottleneck in chip supplies asserts itself.
What did the lack of chips arrive from? Is that more computers that are being bought?
Yes, that's my take on it. It's the only reasonable explanation, because I do not see all the other problems should have affected existing chip factories directly and significantly.
Well, if we stop the testing, or as we have stopped the testing by now, probably subsidies will be freed in order to balance off productions breaking down. Maybe that would be a sensible application of the money.
Yes, that's probably true. There is a phenomenon that some regions in this of the world, for instance Singapore, when a new chip factory is built, a new chip factory costs €5 billion these days, and even a big company can't just simply cough this up, will make financing very easily, and that includes subsidies, and it would be a good idea for our government to do something similar. It doesn't have to be subsidies. I think even reasonable credit lines would be a solution, and fast licensing, fast permissions. Let me remind you, after German reunification, Dresden became the new microchip location, not only for Infineon, but also for global foundries. And that was due to the fact, among other things, that the city of Dresden said that if Siemens Halbleiter, Siemens Semiconductors, if you decide in favor of us, you get the construction, the planning permission within 6 weeks, and nobody else could offer this. And that is, of course, crucial, decisive as well. And as far as I know, Dresden continues to be an excellent location, not least because the infrastructure has developed very well there. And if anybody builds a new factory, they will look at, are there any suppliers available, and the companies that I need to run this, are they in place? So promoting such locations is certainly something important. It doesn't have to be done directly with direct subsidies. I think it's much more important to have these other aspects in place.
So I have a question from the resort of education. I saw manpower in one of the M's, and that's a qualitative question as well, not only amounts of people. We are having a generation that has not had school for 1.5 years, which was not at a very high level before. So is that something that affects the resiliency of the chains, that we don't have just to create alternative supplies, but also in education we have to make sure that we get better quality? What is your take?
Absolutely. I agree 150%. The mathematical and natural sciences need to be promoted, but it's not necessary to develop this in every detail. I'd like to quote Saint-Exupéry. He said, if you want people to go to sea, then teach them the longing for faraway countries. Don't give them the tools and the trees. Just do that. So the task of the schools would be to foster an attitude vis-à-vis the sciences, that young people become interested in this, but also at the same time to educate them into becoming citizens and I'm not sure, Mr. Wallach, you mentioned that I think you said that your teacher of German incentivized you to do that, and I had the same experience. I graduated from school in '69, and I'm happy that they did this exactly to me.
Maybe I can add my view here. We have a reduction of expertise. If you had a car mechanics test in the past, you gave somebody a broken down car and they had to find the mistake. Today we have a simulated test with the virtual diagnostic plug and reads the database of the producers and reads what to take. So expertise is monopolized and not regionalized, as would be the concept of our government. So we have to have more expertise in the hands of the people, right?
Hands-on
in handling material and physical work.
If I remember my course of studies, what really benefited me most, in retrospective, I didn't see it like that back then, it's the practical studies.
So would you be okay with coming back with the diploma range studies?
I have a split opinion there, basically. I found that bachelor students who came to my old company and who I trained at the Jacobs University, that they, if it's done well, are quite competent. And I still am very much in favor of the bachelor course of studies, so that you can get a qualification within 3 years and are ready for a profession. Once we're at this, I think one of the huge advantages of our educational system is the dual educational approach, so that somebody who doesn't go to university or college can still attend a professional academy after finishing school. And this is something that I saw in my industrial activities again and again, how competent workers are in training young people, and many of them, and how well trained they are. Many of them replace an engineer. One of my superiors at Infineon was somebody who didn't go through this dual course of studies, but he did only something that was not much above that in terms of the level of qualification. So this is a key to a company's success.
I take that point, dual training.
So now we can fall back to Professor Kreis, the new Undersecretary in the Ministry of Economics. Before that, we would like maybe take a look at the graph showing the results of the survey. Will we do it now or later?
We have full results at the moment. Maybe we'll leave this until the end. We have more. I can just briefly say that we've asked, did your economic situation get worse or better? 42 say no, the rest says yes. The expectation, do you expect your economic situation to worsen? 79% say yes, and only 21% say no. And parallel to it talking, I get a petition here. We are running out of wood. We help to keep wood, the craftsmanship alive, stop selling timber to China. So that is something that is of a reason here. So we do see things are taking a course, and some parts of the populations have clearly noted that we see there's action to be taken.
12:05.
Yes, and briefly, I'd like to note that in the labor market, when we had the tests companies had to pay for the tests, but if the test was positive, the health insurances covered the quarantine time, so the state subsidized this. Now we have the step that we have the vaccination, so they want to take the test out of the payment, and this test, that's why many people go for the vaccination, but the absences of the vaccination is not subsidized. So if a teacher is sick, the state will pay. That has a macroeconomic effect, but many companies have a problem because many people are away for longer time due to the vaccination, so the manpower is missing, and of course there is an economic effect which has to be covered by the taxpayer.
It highlights another weakness of the previous government, because now we were at least fast enough to suspend all of this with a moratorium for 2 months now, but it shows the contradictions within this policy, which used to be so industrially oriented, so much oriented towards big business. And if we speak with Mr. Kreis now, we have to add to what you, Professor Bergholz, just said, and we'll have to see whether the new Undersecretary shares this view. To what extent can we decouple from these supranatural structures as fast as possible? To what extent is it possible? To what extent is it not possible, and where it's not possible? Are there other approaches in order to avoid the external imposition of measures? But first, unless you have a comment, Home Minister.
I'd just like to comment that there is another threatening problem for the employers that they may be facing due to the possible vaccination issues, especially also for freelance professions that may lead to problems and may strain the health insurance system. We have to have that calculated and look at it.
Well, Undersecretary Professor Kreis, we haven't got a clear analysis of the economy at large so far. We've seen horror reports again and again concerning the supply bottlenecks, the interruption of entire supply chains due to laughable cases such as the closure report in China, where one positive test was found. The whole thing looks like politically controlled. But what is the situation really? In the past, we had a chance to speak about this, that due to the cover-up of insolvencies, the public cannot be looking at what's really happening, and that we really have a very foggy picture. Only what's the situation overall for the German economy, maybe for the economy, for the world economy, and what can be done in order to counteract the most urgent problems now?
That is not a very simple question and situation, because according to my opinion, the official forecasts of the economic situation, which are positive, contrast to the background developments that we've seen over the past 18 months. As you've mentioned, we have covered up insolvencies, bankruptcies. Until now, the bankruptcies haven't ramped up. There's many zombie companies, so-called companies, zombie companies that are still around, that have been covered by the situation due to the low interest policy, which would not be able to pay off their debts if we had normal interest rates, which we still don't have. Interest rates are even negative if we deduct the inflation. So where is the economy? Where are we going? Extremely difficult to answer because we are in uncharted territory. We are in a situation that we've never been in before. Money was printed to an extent that we have never seen in Europe or the Anglo-Saxon area. Debts are higher than ever measured compared to the economic power, and it's very difficult to say what we're up to. I can only say that what's been going on over the 18 months, even the last years since the financial crisis, cannot be carried on. There has to be some kind of debt cap that is going to be painful. Many companies will have to leave the markets, and many, even nations, will not be able to carry the load of their burden. I can't tell you what's going to come and when. I only know from the investment banker's point of view that debt at that extent is unbearable. I either expect a controlled inflation, hopefully controlled, to get the inflation down, get the debts down. I don't know if that's going to work. If that doesn't happen, I fear there could be an uncontrolled crisis to clean the markets, as was apparent 2008 and 2007, which was only covered by the money flooding. We can't say what's going to be coming, when it will, but it is going to come.
If we take a look at the German economy, I think we have to distinguish between the companies themselves, i.e. the companies where the owner, sometimes family-owned companies, still have responsibility for their staff and the company, and the corporate structures where nobody's really responsible for anything anymore. If I remember right, the small and medium-sized enterprise, i.e. entrepreneurship has been the backbone of the German economy, with 70 to 75% of jobs. What's happening here? What condition are they in?
Well, by the lockdown measures of the last 18 months, we see the line has dropped. Apparently, we have lost the line. Can we get this solved?
Can we get this sorted by us doing something, or we could maybe connect the telephone link, establish a telephone link. Can we do that by telephone?
Can we set up a telephone line to talk to Professor Kreils? Or does he have to log on again?
Okay.
Maybe we can look at a different aspect. Possibly we have a risk of liability that we will be facing due to vaccination injuries, due to a lack of information. That is something that we'll have to look at as well. Sorry.
Professor Kreis, I think we have to take a separate look at this. What's the condition, the situation of the international corporates on the one hand? As far as I know, they were basically inundated with public funds, with subsidies. And what's the situation of the small and medium-sized enterprises in Germany?
Unfortunately, I lost my internet connection. So we've seen a big gap. The large corporations have massively won over the developments of the last 18 months. The textbook example is Amazon. The local retail is strongly reduced, closing shops, and Amazon wins. But that only doesn't only apply there, applies for many industries. Hotels, small hotels close, big chains win, and that applies throughout the bench. And that means the small and medium-sized companies are weakened, and these lockdowns can be seen as a gigantic fishing trawl. The stronger the lockdowns, the harder the lockdowns, the more will be the small companies will close, and the biggest can win market share. And this is why I fear that if the development carries on, this gap is going to widen, that the billionaires will grow, the big companies will grow because the small and medium companies are doing bad, not because of the whole industry being bad, but only because the small ones are leaving the market, and that plays for the big ones. And there is a strong interest of high finance to work in this direction, that they get rid of the small competitions.
Time and again, in the course of our discussions across the board, in all areas of social life, in education, of course, in the economy and culture, we've seen again and again that there's been processes of concentration in different areas of media, and again in economy. Here, it has become ever more obvious that these concentrations are not the result of coincidental developments. So if we have this problem that these small and medium-sized enterprises, not only in Germany but in the US as well, are driven to insolvency and their market share is taken over by the big companies, do we have to expect this to be part of the Great Reset program, i.e. this being targeted activities that are geared towards shifting the assets of small and medium-sized companies and of private individuals?
Well, as far as this is deliberate, I can't say, but as a former investment banker, I can only say there's massive incentives to foster these developments. I see that small and medium-sized companies are incentivized to leave the markets and have the top treasuries grow. And how far this is deliberate and planned, I can't say. I only know that in crisis situations, in difficult situations, clearing situations, people can quickly make big wins much faster than in calm times of growth. So in the breakdown of industries and companies, there can be short businesses and so on done. I don't even have to go short, speculating on dropping stock markets. If I have enough liquidity and the other don't, then the competition will leave the market. So I won't say it is planned and deliberately done so, but there is a big interest by the big players to foster these concentration processes. And one of the biggest players are, of course, the media. And the media, here we dramatically see concentrations, dramatic concentration. It's not a process anymore, because they are either state media, not very critical of what the governments do, or the private media are in the hands of billionaires, and there is a great interest for them to foster these concentration processes, because they also win if the lockdowns take long, if the small and medium-sized companies leave the market. So how do you support a certain situation, Corona, objectively, or how traumatizing, calming down the reader? There's a clear clear interest in trying to produce as much fear as possible, because the more fear there is in the media, the longer will be the lockdowns, the harder will be lockdowns, and the bigger will be the profits of the big players, be it the media, be it the finance, be it industry. So there's a strong incentive to work in this direction and create fear and try to keep the lockdowns as long and strict as possible. And a political measure would be, first of all, to balance off these concentration processes by creating counterweights in the mediascape, and of course by supporting small and medium-sized companies and restricting the big companies. They are and partly not even subject to tax.
Doesn't that mean that the market is co-determined by the government, and at least the framework conditions are established by the government? So I'd like to know what your opinion is, or get your view on what options for intervention we have, because it sounds a little bit like we could hope that things happen here. Couldn't we simply intervene by saying we don't allow for certain levels of concentration or some other measures? What options are there for the government to take action here?
Well, there's a whole range of action that could be taken to limit the power of corporates. As we see in the last 18 months how the fortunes grow up, the billionaires worldwide had a bigger growth than ever, maybe even uniquely big. And from the government side, one could simply counteract this by taxing these profits resulting from that. There could be taxation or other things get taxation on real estate. So there could be good incentives to really get the big winners, and this is a process that started since the first financial crisis, 2007, that the big fortunes are addressed, and instead the normal people who work in the medium level of the economy are helped. So taxation is one thing, but it's only one. That growth of fortunes is looked at, which is not done today. And on the other hand, that small income is freed freed of tax. That would help normal employees and medium-sized self-employed companies would have opportunities to be supported in order to help people who do not earn much money. And on the contrary, the large assets, especially the large incomes, could be tapped into.
So, do I understand that right, that you could actually turn the whole thing on its head, and you actually can reduce the size of the big ones, the big players, and allow the smaller ones to grow? And what impact would that have on our economy internationally?
Of course, given the political will, it would be simple to do, but of course you have to make sure that we don't drive industry away from our country. So if the taxation is too high on the industry, they would simply move away to other countries. But one could start with the real estate area. The real estate is high. The profit from real estate, that's 400 billion per year at the moment, and that is ground rent, and like all other asset classes, it's very concentrated. So the first thing is we should have a good and substantial ground rent, could be increased by a tax on ground estate not used themselves, and we could generate a lot of money from this, and that would be most fair, because ground rent is the most unjust way of income, because I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is have it. So a place of property, I don't have 100 hectares, 10,000 hectares, and so on, increasing, and that could be done, and this would help small employees or even the medium-sized company. It would be very easy, because the ground can go elsewhere. It can't go to Liechtenstein. It's not mobile.
Well, that's an interesting perspective. Calls to mind the big real estate properties accumulated by the churches. Are there any special competitive conditions here?
I don't want to comment on the churches. I don't know what how the ownership is there. That's changed a lot in the past. I'm talking about privately owned ground real estate, for example. Agricultural ground used in Germany is owned by people who are not in agriculture. The Aldi brothers, for example, are big investors in agricultural land. So that means over 60% of the German farmers have to pay a rent to somebody who is not farming and who owns the land. And that doesn't only apply for agricultural land, it applies to rental flats as well. So that is a high concentration of a very few, very potent investors. And that is money that could be used immediately, because real estate cannot move to Switzerland or elsewhere. So that would be an immediate lever and a political point to keep the capital. So this is where I would start, and then looking at agricultural use land.
Do we need to make an attempt to coordinate this internationally? Our fundamental idea would be to go back to our sovereignty, to the basis, back to the regions. So if we want to focus on this as fast as we can right now to create regional supply chains and to sever our ties to the international, to the global supply chains, because I believe that WHO, NATO, EU are incapable of reforming. If we do this, should we then also establish a network together with the international community to establish a new lockstep, for instance, with our European neighbors, but also in the other countries of the world, such as the US, to get similar thoughts going. So concerning real estate, it's obvious nobody can pick it up and take it along somewhere else, but there are easy options for big corporations or super rich to move to other fiscal areas. So if we have this social approach, the societal approach, I want to get things back. I want to have my sovereignty back. I want to implement what I think is right for our society, rather than taking orders from somebody international above us who's not legitimized by democratic processes at all. Should we then try to establish many regional networks internationally that are interconnected then?
That would be, of course, the best thing to do, an international coordination, but I think that is extremely unlikely and extremely difficult. I think every reform will start locally. As you say quite rightly, regional principles is very important. I think that we start to reform bottom up, but all change starts at the bottom. And if we wait for international organizations to do this in a humane sense, I think that's not going to happen. So I think you have to start regionally. There was an alternative money in Wörth in Austria, 4,000 people. And if we start with small examples, and this can be the 𝗕𝗀𝗁𝗃, it works in Germany. The 𝗕𝗀𝗁, Italy has the 𝗲𝗃 with over 10,000 companies. There are working local, regional conglomerates, and from other regions we need a nucleus that we start with, saying that works. We have a network here, we have alternative currencies, we have economic processes that cover this financial network, and if we take these examples that can be done regionally and hopefully super-regional nationally, and then we will see that these subsidiary principles, these regionally anchored principles, have benefits, and then the hope is that this will take an international floor, that the idea takes its place when it was in Virgil in 1923, which was picked up by the Anglo-Saxon press as an example. And this is something that could happen again today, that we build up real regional structures that work, and then we can network internationally and roll it out internationally. So I think all change starts regionally, locally, maybe nationally, and can then take over to supranational structures, international structures. And in the end, of course, we should have supranational unities that pick up this humane way of working, not concentrating things further.
I think it's also important to take a look at what activities are there that were involved in, for instance, donation of vaccines to other countries with a product that we cannot really support, and even for ethical reasons this should be stopped immediately, but also to take back money that we can use for other purposes. I think we should take a closer look at all these such activities.
Professor Kreis, could we take an approach to a new structure of the economy, or it can only be embedded in an overall political socio-change? Could we say that in the face of what we have been experiencing, a full, complete concentration of power to private global corporations and private global NGOs, could one structure it saying, first of all, back to regionality? That's the source of democracy, the power from the people. And then where we have the big imbalances, which we can clearly see now, better than ever before, we call upon taxation for control, and where we say it's not just immoral but juridically questionable, we get back what has been robbed from us in the end by somehow fraudulent groups of companies or people. For me, that seems to be a three-step approach that would lead us to where we need to go if we see all the misleading situations we are in.
Absolutely, I fully agree. To use all levels that you can employ, regional initiatives for everything that works today. If, as a grassroots party, as the Basis, we could install the government, then we could, of course, do a lot of things to reverse these horrible trends that we've seen over the last 12, 18 months. And it would be easy to do that from the federal level if there is a political will to counteract these trends. And of course you can do something about it. You could promote regional processes if we were in power. These regional structures, they're subsidiary, they adhere to the principle of subsidiarity, so we could easily counteract these concentration processes, but always such that we don't damage our industry. I'm a businessman, I am a banker, so we must not overtax our industry, our manufacturing industry, so we don't want to drive them out of the country. And if we were in power, then of course we could try to stop these international payments that Germany makes and that are oftentimes not supported by international corporations who don't pay taxes, so we could try to tax them internationally. It's not possible at a national level. All the Amazon sales in Germany are taxed with some sales tax, but there's no serious tax that Amazon pays here or elsewhere. So if we had good governance and good will that we have in promoting the common good, not the good of a small minority, then numerous measures, like you mentioned them, would be possible. If orchestrated at these three levels, we could do everything at the same time.
We shouldn't be talking in conjunctive. We have not won the elections yet. We are an interim government. But if we start off with these actions, which is visible for everyone, we have to make sure that it's more visible. We should have good chances, shouldn't we?
But it's obvious that in the sense of the common good of this country, this can be the only choice. It's really strange and difficult to understand that politics run directly counter to this. This is really counter to the Chancellor's oath of office to act in the to the benefit of the country.
Well, the finding that we have found in the last 4 days is that it was exactly against the well-being of the people, in favor of big supranational entities.
And there's no need to do that. That was voluntary.
Yes, and we know that from now, for reasons not understandable for the population, gigantic payments have been made by the Merkel government, and tax money, money that belongs to all of us, has been spent to the vaccination-producing industry or the investors behind it, with the consequence that the whole research and development of the connected vaccination was paid by the taxpayer, that the vaccination itself was paid by the taxpayer, and that the profit stays with the people who didn't have the cost in the first place. That is a finding which I think is not clear to the biggest part of the population.
Absolutely. And if some of those measures that I just suggested, if we allowed people to vote on these, then we'd find that 95% of people would be in favor. That's what my conviction, because these taxes on large assets, super wealthy people, that would only affect 1.5% of the people, but all these payment flows that happen under the lid are not publicized by the media. They're official figures that I'm using by the Federal Bank. They show that we have a daily transfer from many to the few, that there's always the transfer from the many to the few by the federal government, but not only the federal government, but in Greece and everywhere else, there's clientele politics in place for the richest families, for a few rich families, and we've seen this for decades. It's the policy for a clientele, not for the people. And if we enlighten people and and then ran a survey, then the vast majority of the people would certainly be in favor of these measures to tax small income earners less and tax large incomes higher. But all these payment flows are kept under a lid. They're sometimes written somewhere in a footnote, or it's said on TV after midnight or something like that. So Ms. von der Leyen has already said that 1.5% of the population in Germany has more than 50% of the income, and this has been publicly said, but very briefly, and then they're forgotten again. So basically, she admitted that the majority of people have no income. And if that was publicized, widely publicized, then there would be an outcry in our country, and people would see how unfair it is. But this is not publicized by the media, because they're owned by billionaires themselves or by the state. So in order to get the support of large majorities, we would also ensure objective information, which we don't have basically anymore.
I have two industries that come to my mind here. One would be energy, power, electric power. So we get nuclear power from France and Poland all the time. And the second is the media industry. Can't that be regulated like any other? What makes it different there? So if we see that we have seen a development that doesn't work, one should counteract this in some way.
Our media industry is based on a misconception. We believe that private capital and profit maximization will ensure free media. That's a misconception, and that's not true. Capital, money, profits must never be commingled with information. The media need to be free. This concentration in the media industry is among the highest concentrations in all industries. We have like 8 or 10 families in Germany that own all the media. And it was said 30 to 40 years ago that freedom of opinion in Germany means that 30 or 40 families can say what they want. Now it's only 8 or 10 families that are left. We pass on the freedom of speech to private ownership. That influences immediately the way reporting is done, what questions can be asked, what answers can be given. So we must not have a media landscape that depends on income. So if you if you're dependent on income from advertising, then you can never speak out against large companies, large corporations. So we need to put our media landscape on an entirely new footing. Independent journalists that are appointed by a council of culture, so that we need a fund of 5 or 10 billion euro a year that will appoint free journalists appointed by a cultural council that is actually composed of independent people. That would gradually eat into the power of the big media companies. So as long as we have private media and state media, we will never get free information. That would be important to deeply reform our media structure.
Probably most of it of the public radio. That would have been my point, Professor Kreis. You said everything that I could have said, so I just want to add that we have the government-state contract for radio and media, and that means minority opinions have to be reported, and this is something that is not the case in the past 18 months, that people like Dr. Wodarg, who in March had a little appearance at Frontal 21, and then was cut out in the media. So this is something that we really have to address quickly, that this cannot happen again.
We had this idea about the fund in a similar way, actually, but indeed we also believe that when we were still working in the Corona Committee, we were of the opinion that GEZ, or the successor organization that collects money for financing of the public media groups, that this should be used for independent journalism, because everybody must have noticed that this is what we have are state media that are used in a similar way as they were in totalitarian regimes.
We've just got another survey on that, asking the people if they are happy with it, because apparently they're not. We asked them, should everybody decide themselves what media gets their GEZ, their contribution? And we have 79%, 97% saying yes. So currently that split does not seem to be satisfactory. And the question on should global companies like Google, Amazon should pay taxes in Germany, 99% of the people would agree to that.
Maybe I can add to that. I mentioned the private media earlier. The state media, the idea is not all wrong. The financing by contributions of citizens. If you compare US TV to German TV in the past, there was much more quality in Germany. But the idea isn't wrong, but it is abused by state power anymore, so there is no real pluralism anymore. And this idea of funding this by the structures that we have is good, but we have to make sure that the journalists are appointed via, and the leaders of these stations are appointed by a cultural council, not by political parties or political influences. So we have to represent the entire population, not just basically political parties. So we have to have a cultural council who determine which people, which journalists should be appointed here. And that could be also done for private media, so that you have an independent media landscape that's publicly financed, rather than politically administered head honchos who then tell everybody else what they're supposed to report. So the idea is really ingenious to have a publicly funded broadcasting system, but it is being abused for party politics today. And if we can put it on a different footing, maybe with the idea that you had in your survey, that everybody can determine where their money should go, then this could really be used for a high quality and relatively objective journalism.
So the question here, it's not an abstract question on just as it has an effect on the crisis, the way how the media reported in the current crisis increased the dramatic development of the crisis. And here the question is, are they in no way somehow responsible for what they do? Shouldn't they be? Maybe we should ask the Undersecretary here if there should be an adjustment made, asking whether the whole range of opinions and so on, that this can be objected to, and the objection can be made manifest. Because if the media, in a way that we have just seen before we started here with our work, the condition is, well, the question here is who is an interest, who has an interest in this?
In the context of our hearings here and of our determination of the status quo, we came to the conclusion that what has been done here, which has been so destructive both the economy and people, was only started based on a artificially created panic through psychoterrorism, and the media for the means to do that was the media. Without their support, this would have not been possible. They actually drove this forward, and Professor Kreis, you pointed out rightly that this media is not independent, but that they have become pure state media, something that we know from North Korea. But this is the same thing here now, and this is why this is our core point of discussion. That's why it's so important, and we have to intervene here, and we will.
So this is in the center of all this. You can't rule against the media, the Springer Imperium, Bertelsmann Imperium. You can't rule and govern against these. They are in the center of all the issues that we've had, as they are so extremely concentrated, of 2 big stations and 8 families. Without the media, this wouldn't have worked at all, and partly I had the impression that the media drive the politicians ahead of them with these messages being spread out all the time. It wouldn't have been possible. So the actual first action would be to change the media landscape, the state media, make them pluralistic immediately, and then obviously also try to depower and deconcentrate the private media. And a last point, the Springer Imperium, the KK is belonging to KKR at the Wall Street. So this is one of the most important opinion-shaping journalist imperiums in Germany, is in the hands of Wall Street investors. Just imagine what that means. That's absolutely absurd. So the ownership, of course, affects the content. And so the first thing is to change the media. And beyond that, all revolutions and everything, autocratic systems always say the first thing means to equalize the media, uniform the media, and that's why this had to be changed right away, obviously.
I have a question for the Undersecretary of Culture and Media. We discussed lots of problems in the manufacturing industry now, and we have to say if the cultural industry is basically in tatters, a few things have started. I see that Friedrichspalast has started working again, the theater. They can have 50% of their audience back in again. So if that wasn't possible, then that would have been ruinous for them. Now, what do we have to expect once the end of the crisis is reached and things can start again? Will there be some shakeout? Well, will there be mass insolvencies of cultural institutions, or what do you think?
It's not going to happen. It has happened. I know small theaters in Germany who are not going to open again. And I know some artists who are not going to be active as artists anymore. They are bus drivers now or work on the markets, which is nothing bad, but art lives off the stage, and all the colleagues have not been on stage for 1.5 years. So they think if the shops open again and the same level has to carry on, the orchestras that didn't rehearse should now provide the same quality than before the crisis. That's not going to be easy.
the overall picture, if we take a look at it, then everything speaks in favor, at least from my point of view, that it's not a coincidental mismanagement, but deliberate mismanagement, i.e. to transfer assets from the many to the few, and on the other hand, to replace humanism by digitization. And this is where the culture comes into play, the arts. I'm really surprised to see that many artists never understood, apparently, that this is the basis of their existence, that everything will go back to normalcy after 18 months. How do you explain that?
Probably it's fear of existence. We have seen that people who officially came forward to speak against that, they were repressed. There were searched homes, and they were not invited by the theaters anymore. I know of a colleague who was planned to be in a theater in October 2020. He did a critical comment on the Corona narrative, and he was disinvited. He was cancelled. So colleagues who have won an award of 10,000 euros had it taken away because they were on Monday demonstrations and things like that. And that's not individual cases. It's just not published in the media. So taking us back to the media, their central point.
It's all down to information, to enlightenment. I think we all agree, including the ecologists, particularly the psychologists, but also the legal experts, say it's important to put the real facts on the table because that is the only basis for reasonable decisions. But if the population is misguided over months with the wrong information, then we can't expect them to take the right decision. So it's important to make all of this public as soon as possible, all the things we've found out here now. And then I believe that, as you said, Mr. Kreis, that 95% of the population would immediately recognize that what we have seen here is not only misguidance, but it's also inhumane and destructive, and that we have to counteract it as soon as possible, as best we can.
Many people in the population may think that the artists are supported by the state. This is not the case. There were some aids, but that was to an amount where many people wouldn't even pay their rent from. So what you hear in the media is they are supported. So Lufthansa gets 9 billion and an artist gets 1,200 euros per month.
It went to the point where restaurants were initially required to pay a surcharge for artists, even though they were affected themselves. They were required to close their companies. So one victim had to support the other, and aggravating the situation of the first.
Mr. Pristine. Well, from my former professional work, I may make a comment here to take the 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 and enable them to do their job. Of course, we need respective processes filed so that artist who is addressed here and has no money to finance a lawyer and probably won't be able to pay it, he has the same problem as the families that are on the verge of their existence, and they say I could, but what to pay from? What's the risk? And where do I get the right lawyer to help me in this? So that means the situation here, the financial situation of implementing the right of standards is not at all guaranteed, but it could be guaranteed immediately if, for example, the economy and parents' associations would come together and say, we do a fund, and from that fund, we pay teams of lawyers in combination with psychologists, other scientists, and as a team, of course, they need their hourly rate to work, and they are paid from that fund. And then, whether it's you or whether it's somebody else who has to fight for a child, we can do that. And whether it wins or not, that's something we're going to see. But if there's two of us, if we're a team, then it is a big support for the legal expert, because they are not talking on a lawyer-to-lawyer basis, but have the expertise and know what is going on. And then it is quite easy to get into this and say what we do. There's enough cases, surely, but that would mean the starting point are not 10% of these are used, and just by looking on the family courts, that there is this competency chaos, right to the things that went on in Weimar, only means that this has not been well organized. Still, Weimar is still there. And what Ms. Kämmerer and the experts did here is in that decision, and it is available. So that is a clear proof of what the PCR test is about, what these things are about, and that still is applicable. That is important.
And indeed, that is an important point, that the decision by a judge can be used worldwide, because nobody contradicted him in terms of content, because nobody can. The argument is based on the evidences that we have been, the evidence that we've been discussing here all the time, basically on the evidence of witnesses, where the experts are witnesses, really. And even if it has been misrepresented publicly, it has not been discredited.
So this is why I'd like to make this plea here. How could this happen? So I have set up a list of points. So, for example, task and work of Ombudsman for Children, 11 points that individually make clear that this is not just about talking, it is about this person has a right to take initiative, for example, to check the applicable laws. They should have a right to talk in all committees. They should have a right of information from all government bodies. They should have a right to collect data as far as the condition of children are concerned from all government agency. There should be a regular research on the life of children and the framework conditions, so on. Annual report on supporters and deficits of the implementation of national and international legislation and extension of the constitutional right for both parts of both parents, and a children-oriented training program for the officers of the state, and finally the build-up of an independent body of legal experts to support the Ombudsman for free of charge consultation and representation of their rights in all legal procedures.
Well, I believe that's immediately understandable for everybody what needs to happen here, because it's the children who are the main victims and targets of the measures. And the events in Weimar show that this needs to be strengthened. But before we conclude, I would like to ask another question. Professor Kreis, I used to be a banker myself, and back then I was surprised 11 years ago during the financial and economic crisis how it's possible that all responsibilities are brushed away by printing money at breakneck pace. I just have the impression, I would like to corroborate this now. The printing of money didn't lead to inflation because it never wound up with the population, but this printing of money, additional assets have been shifted from the bottom to the top. That's my impression. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure. These processes have been in place for a long time, and the money printing explicitly, whether it's moved upward, that's difficult to say. Could have been enforced by this because the low interest rates have increased the stock markets, the land values, so that newcomers is made more difficult to get a part of the pie. So these asset bubble that we are seeing, the fortunes that are growing, I think it's right to say indirectly that the fortunes have grown more strong than those who had a big stake before. That stake has increased and the value has grown. And those who didn't have anything before still didn't participate in all of that rush. So from this low interest rate policy, we have concentrated more fortune because younger families have to pay so high amounts that they can't participate in that game. Yes.
I asked that question also because we have the former investment banker and Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, 𝗚𝗃𝗁𝗃, who we interviewed on the developments in the U.S. She described to us with one example, I think it was the city of Minneapolis in Minnesota, where one area where Black and Latino families had built certain assets over a generation or two that had a certain value. The companies that they had built up were disconnected from all income flow because the lockdown stopped them from earning money, and then afterwards, through organization demonstrations that then led to violence, starting as Black Lives Matter, but violent demonstrations anyway, again were smashed to pieces, literally speaking, so that all those who had the paper money that they printed themselves and gave to themselves, then were able to buy those companies for a song and a dance. So that is a viewpoint that hopefully is only an individual, isolated case. But if that opens Pandora's box and we see, oh my God, this is what could have happened in many places, then it becomes even more important for us to get active urgently across the board.
I can't comment on the US. I believe what you say, that this kind of things happened and still happen maybe in Germany. It's not been as dramatic as so far. We have not seen insolvencies in the small companies who have slipped out of the market. That's possible, but not as gross as in the US. Apparently not yet. May, of course, be the case that this is coming if the insolvencies are arising. This type of condition is something that we haven't seen in Germany as far as I can perceive.
Maybe we take a look at the results. We've shown some of them already. Maybe you can look at the overall picture now. So again, should those responsible for the lockdown crisis be held liable? 89%, yes. Then 58%. Did you find that certain products were no longer available due to the crisis? That's 58% who say that. Then 79% expect their economic situation will deteriorate over the next 6 months. That's, of course, not a representative survey, but only a survey of those who were willing to participate. And here we have a large problem that many worry about. Do you fear that Germany might become a Orwellian state? 95%, and many are also very skeptical that the economy can pick up after the crisis. Then we saw that earlier, 97% are in favor of being able to allocate the funds that they contribute to the public media to indicate where these monies should be channeled.
Does that confirm your opinions that if the real truth comes out, 95% of the population will immediately agree to the reforms that we are suggesting? Are there any more questions or comments?
I'd just like to state that we found on all levels, be it the psychological, the philosophical level, we find again and again that regionality is the solution. Regionalism. You, as an advocate of the children, said again that if we need to help each other, if we need to overcome this situation, we have to do it from the bottom to the top. The financial system, our small and medium-sized enterprises. I can see small and medium-sized enterprises dying, and I don't agree with you, Professor Kreis. In the regions, there is a huge problem of supply chains, and a lot of people are afraid about their jobs. Many small and medium-sized entrepreneurs are incapable of earning money anymore. They can't get raw materials or spare parts. So we want to print the paper. So across Europe, the stocks seem to be quite limited, so the information, the media can't be overcome anymore because we don't get any information into the population, even though we have a lot of support from what we want to do, what we want to achieve when we interact with people. So my question that we should ask is, how can we support the regional economy, the small and medium-sized enterprises who represent about 3/4 of our jobs? And how can we save them? Because it's 12 by now, and we can't start with long-term plans anymore. We have to ask the economy now, ask businesses now what they need in order to support them.
Well, I think we discussed this, and I think the most important point is to create an awareness of the problem here. And this is why some people, according to these surveys here, are of the idea that things will turn well again. It won't if we don't all get up together now. And Professor Kreis has told us months ago that he expects that if this insolvency moratorium expires, that then we are expecting 500 to 800 insolvencies. I don't think that has changed, maybe even though it is exchanging, because with all means it is tried to cover up the image. Or have you changed your prognosis?
That was my prediction. There are different surveys by IFO Institute, etc., and the forecasts go from 800,000 to 400,000 to 200,000. Just let me say that I'm not an investment banker anymore. I have been a teacher at university for 20 years. I'm not involved in investment banking anymore. I'm an academic now. But my experience from investment goes back a long time. And as long as we don't have strong inflation or a big crash or a deflationary spiral with a lot of shakedown, then we won't have a shakedown with insolvencies either. I don't know what's ahead. I just know that a lot of people are betting on the future. In the past, bills of exchange were issued and they came back at some stage. This is now done, and the banks, the central banks, are covering them, and everybody believes that these checks will never be cashed. I agree that the situation, such as it is right now, as it has been for 18 months, it's economically unviable. It's also no textbook says that this is viable. It will crash on us at some stage, but I don't know how, why, and when. But if all these checks drawn on the future, if they're all cashed in at the same time, then we will see a big disaster, and then these forecasts, 200 to 800,000, then they can easily skyrocket. If we have a huge crash that we were really at the threshold of in the financial economic crisis in 2008, after the crash of the Lehman Brothers bank, then things can get much worse. But as long as we don't get to this crash point, this process of printing money can keep going for a good old while, and I can't tell you how long. I won't give a forecast. It can't work forever. At some stage it will crash. It will lead to a crash, and then the forecasts will be much worse than they were a year ago.
Well, I expect this anyway. So that takes us to the end of our 4-day takeover of the government. I think that everybody who participated this, it's been transparent, and I hope we have started something that everybody who watched us at least came to an awareness that nobody can sit down and wait. The checks are going to be asked for, and if you get up now and become active, and even just by getting up to the election and elect the party that is against this, the Basis, they can make a change. If you stay in your seat, you may probably be rolled over by the development. So we thank everybody who listened to us for their patience and their participation. We've seen interactively, we could do some surveys. Thank you, Professor Kreis. And I hope that we are going to meet in the Ministry of Economics and cooperate as we can see now.
Das war ja das erstmal.
Gut.
Das ist die Frage.
Das klingt, als gäbe es kein Morgen.
Aber andererseits, ich kann es so.